third plenary session will begin shortly. We're just trying to track Mr. Carrera.
Check.
Good morning, salamu alaikum, and welcome to the third plenary session, Driving Diversification Through Trade and Investment. We've got a very distinguished panel this morning, and I'm delighted to lead what I am sure will be a lively and interesting discussion on this very relevant topic. All countries, especially developing economies, are eager to attract foreign investment, but it's not always easy for governments to identify the best mechanisms for attracting this investment and to figure out which types of FDI will be the best in terms of helping the country to diversify and develop supplier networks. We have three, but one who will be coming, excellent panelists who will show the benefits of foreign investment for the diversification of local economies and the integration of local suppliers into value chains. I'll introduce the panelists. In the center is His Excellency Ibrahim Ibrahim, Economic Advisor, Cabinet of the Emir of Qatar. Mr. Khalid Hussain, President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Bangladesh. On my left is Mr. Yusuf Al Jaida, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Qatar Financial Center Authority. And Dennis Carrera, Chairman of the East African Business Council, will hopefully be joining us shortly. The format is basically, I will ask a few questions to get the conversation beginning. Panelists are invited to keep their responses short so that the members of the audience will have an opportunity to ask questions. So you can put on your thinking caps once the questions begin from up here to prepare yourselves. And I'd also like to invite members of the audience to interact on Twitter by putting hashtag WEDF15. So, His Excellency, I'd like to begin with you. Would you please enlighten the audience on Qatar's progress in diversification and the way forward to achieving this goal in the future?
Okay, thank you. Does this sound all right like this?
I think it's okay.
Everybody can hear? Assalamu alaikum. Qatar's economy is based on trade.
I don't think that's working.
This way? Is that better? Okay. Okay, that sounds better to me. Yeah, it's based mainly on trade, really. It exports most what it produces, and it imports most what it consumes. The challenge here really is to find a balance between the driving forces toward specialization in areas where country has competitive advantage with alternative activities, because oil and gas, which is the competitive advantage, would not last. We have exhaustibility, and we have the probability, of course, of developing other sources of energy. So diversification, we believe, is the way forward to make sure that this concentration on oil and gas is being reduced, not necessarily disappears, but it stays, but we have other sources. Of course, you will see from the structure we have, these alternative sources must have a special characteristics. We will talk about them later. But despite really the intensification efforts toward diversification, if we look at the macroeconomic indicators of diversification, we find that we still way to go. We believe these efforts will show later. But as of now, if we look at these indicators, let's take the GDP, for instance. Oil and gas still represent about 50% of GDP. Not only that, when we talk about non-oil GDP, really we have so many activities that benefit actually from oil GDP. These would be construction, utilities, government services. So even the growth in non-oil is really, in a sense, generated by oil. From this process, actually, what benefited more? Services versus industries. On the service side, our contribution, service contribution to GDP increased really dramatically from 20% in 2004 to about 36 in 2014. So this is a good thing. The negative part is manufacturing, on the other side, remained really very low despite the expansion in petrochemicals and other industries at 10% of GDP. So really here an area that is quite weak. On the positive side though, if we want to talk positive, this last 3 years showed a reversal of the situation where oil and gas was a dominant factor contributing to GDP, while the non-oil and gas really were less important. In the last 3 years, actually, it was a reversal. In these 3 years, non-oil GDP contributed more to GDP than oil and gas. Actually, what's most impressive is in the last 2 years, 2013 to 14, despite, for instance, the fact that oil and gas did not grow, hardly grew. And in 2013, actually, the growth was negative. The non-oil GDP grew by about 11% in real GDP. So that is a good sign. The most disturbing sign now, however, is that exports and government revenues are still very highly concentrated. In 2014, actually, exports, oil and gas exports represented about 88% of the total exports. Government revenues, the figures are not really, if you look at the budget, you will find they're not very, they underestimate really the dependence on oil GDP, but we believe it is extremely high. And considering the major decline in oil and gas prices these years, and the rather gloomy expectation about their future, I think government has to work very hard to balance its budget, and maybe it has to resort to some kind of unpopular measures to balance its budget. So this is on the progress. I still have time to talk about forward. We're still talking about forward. Okay. Now the way forward is really, for us, it's very clear. Qatar National Vision identified clearly the approach to diversification and to economic development. On the side of macroeconomics, we talked about, the National Vision State, we need economic and financial stability in order to create an atmosphere really good for investment. We need to create a climate for investment that can attract both foreign funds, technologies, and domestic investment. Here I want to emphasize, we do emphasize domestic investments because we think there are a lot of potential here. It doesn't mean we do not appreciate foreign investment. We like it very much. Actually, if you look at the laws that we had in the past regarding the participation of foreign investment, you see it gradually getting better and better until we reach 2014, where the Article 2 of the law really made almost every activities in the economy open to foreign investment, and even 100% investment. The same thing with the tax structure, it changed and now it becomes very attractive. So we will talk about the climate if time, I'm not going to talk. What have we done to improve the climate for investment? On the second aspect, what you really need to go toward knowledge-based economy. So, in a sense, Qatar National Vision identified not only what we need for investment, but where to go, what kind of activities we want to do. Three areas, I will later expand on them. One is, of course, the activities that have competitive advantage derived from the oil and gas industries. Developing and designing activities that Qatar can specialize, okay, but developing what it needs, the specialization in terms of technical and human development. And the third thing is going toward knowledge-based economy. We have done a lot of things toward that, but we're talking about, when we talk about knowledge, excellent education, innovation, entrepreneurship, transparent government, and accountable government, and actually efficient government services. I will, if there is a question, I will expand on any of these later.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Khalid. Can you elaborate a bit on what progress SME suppliers in Bangladesh have made in terms of supplying to multinational investors? What has been the major impact on suppliers in Bangladesh of recent increases in FDI by multinationals?
Thank you, Jennifer. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the hosts, Ministry of Finance of the State of Qatar, Qatar Development Bank, and of course ITC for having us here today. Jennifer, you asked a question which has almost 3 parts, and I'll try to address within 5 minutes if possible. If not, please do knock me. First of all, I should give you a little bit of background on Bangladesh itself. As you know, just about 4 decades ago, just 45 years ago, we got our independence. And when we did, we were actually remarked as a bottomless basket case. That is a failed state, a country with no hope, and we were bound to fail. 4 decades since then. Of course, from 770 million people, we are now 150 million people. But now we have proven wrong to the rest of the world that no longer are we a bottomless basket, but we are a basket of potentials. In 1970s, when we got our independence, we had only 2 or 3 exportable products. One of them was jute and tea, and a very little bit of leather. Now, Bangladesh is the second largest ready-made garments exporter to the world, only second to China. During this present fiscal, we are targeting $35 billion worth of exports only in garments, which in the next 5-6 years, by the year 2021, the target is to achieve $50 billion. SMEs in Bangladesh is not unlike any others in the rest of the world. 75% of our businesses are from SMEs, and they contribute to about 25% to the GDP. And of course, they employ almost 65% of the total workforce. So the diversification of products had actually started way back 4 decades ago, when a few international brands or multinational corporations decided to explore and give some opportunity in the ready-made garments industry in Bangladesh. So it was just merely a few $1,000s worth of business, especially in stitching and very merely basic ready-made garments job that was given to Bangladesh. So from there, from that subcontracting job in garments, ready-made garments industry, today we have again proven to be a comprehensively major exporter in ready-made garments. Since then, as I mentioned earlier, we only had 2 to 3 exportable products. We now have hundreds. But mind it, we are also very similar to Qatar in a way that we actually do not have that many resources. We do not have that many raw materials in Bangladesh. So we are almost like a processing zone, or a processing country, if I may say. So with 150 million people, which basically gives the biggest strength to the country, a very strong, resilient, and trainable workforce. So we basically import most of our raw materials, we process, and then we literally export. Having said that, the biggest disadvantage is that even though we have 150 million people, purchasing power still remains quite low on an average. So that's why we are very dependent on exports. So some of the products, if I may identify. Of course not, of course not. Some of the products to be mentioned, like I said, starting from jute and tea, which was way back in 4 decades ago, we have now moved to more of a technological innovation. We've moved into we are trying to move into a knowledge-based economy as well, similar to Qatar again. Ready-made garments, interestingly, terracotta to handicrafts, IT, that is software, to cargo ships. A lot of mid-weight ships are now produced in Bangladesh. And of course, pharmaceuticals. A lot of us may not know that you're possibly the international brand medicine that you're taking was possibly produced in Bangladesh under license of that so-called brand. Of course, and I see a lot of us wearing nice suits. Once in a while, you might want to turn the tag around that Hugo Boss possibly was made in Bangladesh. Once again, the reason why I bring this up is because it's all part of that supply chain, which these multinationals had sometime decided to test. And then eventually, obviously, these SMEs who actually took up on that risk and on that effort to become part of that value chain is now a $35 billion industry. And of course, I must not forget our overseas workers. Bangladesh has a lot of overseas workers, especially in Middle East, a lot in South Asia. And they contribute to almost $20 billion worth of remittances, inward remittances coming into Bangladesh. And of course, during this process, they also gain a lot of expertise. And when they come back to Bangladesh, they actually come back with a lot more value. Your second part of the question was basically what kind of opportunities that have been created. So with a $14 billion, and this is again only during the last years, $14 billion worth of investment alone, both in equity and refinancing, has contributed to almost $40 billion into the economy, including $2 billion worth of additional export earning. SMEs have adapted and implemented best practices at workplace. Of course, being part of that international supply chain, they needed to be compliant. They have to adhere to become more compliant with workplace safety, health, and medical hazards, which has also resulted to increased growth, sales, and reputation, access to fairly low-cost finance, leverage on the knowledge and technical knowledge transfer from multinational corporations, and of course, improved quality and productivity.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
I'd like to ask the next question of Yusuf. How do free and special economic zones facilitate FDI in emerging markets?
Yes, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I wanted to thank the hosts for a wonderful conference, and I want to welcome everybody to their second home, Qatar. And then I want to dive into the question. In terms of special economic zones, the way we see it is that these are zones that provide foreign investors with favorable infrastructure and robust legal and regulatory frameworks and attractive tax environments, which act as a strong incentive for foreign investors to consider expanding in a particular region. Now, these special economic zones, I think, have a very positive effect wherever it's located, because these special economic zones create employment, they contribute to the development of the private sector, they help the diversification efforts of that particular economy, they definitely attract FDI, and there's one, I think, very important advantage that some governments have been able to use, is that a lot of these special economic zones act as a laboratory for futuristic policy changes. And we've seen live examples on that, and we have a very positive experience here in Qatar, and I'll come to that. But special economic zones in general definitely attract talent. You mobilize talent into a particular country, they mobilize their families, they start renting homes and real estate, they start putting their kids into school, they rent offices. So there's this indirect contribution to the country's GDP. Now, depending on the size of the SEZ, of course, the contribution to GDP varies. But if we take Qatar for an example, and we're in very early stages in developing special economic zones, but we have we've set up a very interesting example with the Qatar Financial Center, which for an outsider might look like a free zone or a special economic zone. And I'm not saying this, of course, to market the Qatar Financial Center, but I'm just saying it as a live example for people actually doing research on SEZs and free zones. When we set up the Qatar Financial Center, we put in robust legal and regulatory frameworks, we put in a judicial environment, and we put in a very vibrant and strong regulator in place. However, what we did differently is that we set that infrastructure and actually merged it into the economy to become an onshore platform. So you have all these incentives and flexibilities that a free zone has. However, you're not bounded by a geographical area, which means you can actually interact with the local economy. And I think that's, I've looked at other examples and other structures of SEZ. I think this is a very, very unique kind of structure and setup. And we've learned in the past 10 years that there are challenges for doing this, but there are also benefits. I think if we go through our history, for example, in the Qatar Financial Center, the first, 5 to 6 years was all about attracting financial companies, banks, insurance companies, and asset managers. But at some point, you hit a plateau, and you have way too many financial services companies operating in the economy. But you have this very well-built infrastructure, and you need basically a vibrant strategy to think of what are you going to do next, because it's very well built, and you can actually expand it into other sectors. So we took an approach where we would expand it beyond financial services and look at sectors in the country that needs further development. We looked at sports, we looked at IT, we looked at new exotic structures that didn't exist in the country, such as holding companies, SPVs, and these were all being structured in offshore free zones such as the Caymans and Mauritius. So we brought that home, we started manufacturing that and selling it to the local market. However, there was challenges, like I said, and there was always this sense and perception that foreign investment is invading the local market, which creates actually a certain resistance from the government and the private sector, because definitely these companies would probably come in and get some market share, even though it's very, from our statistics, looking at our statistics, it's very small compared to the rest of the economy. But I think it brings in new services, it brings in more talent, and it creates a very positive experience. So definitely they contribute to the development of the private sector, they diversify the economy. We've looked at examples as well in China and India, where SEZs definitely impacted the competitiveness of the local industry. A lot of global factories were setting up in China and India because there was a competitive advantage of cheaper labor in those countries. If you look at Africa, there was some cases in SEZ, but it wasn't very successful. So SEZs probably are not always successful. There were definitely challenges in Africa when that happened. But if we look at Bangladesh, for example, and Dr. Khalid can probably correct me, it took about 10 years to actually get some scale in investments. It started in the 80s, and the effect of it wasn't felt until 1990. So it's long-term, I think, projects. It takes time. It needs patience. But it definitely adds a lot of benefits to the economy. And that's been our experience here in Qatar as well.
Thank you very much. Dennis, the East African community has liberalized services and investments as part of its common market. What is the record like? Has this helped in attracting investments from traditional sources such as the EU, US, and China? And has this increased investment flows between EAC partner states?
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning to you all. I was a few minutes late. I don't know if Jennifer introduced me, but I'm Dennis Carrera. I'm chairman of the East African Business Council. East African Business Council means the private sector apex body that brings together the region. And East Africa currently, in terms of business, we mean Rwanda, where I come from, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and then we have observers, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, that forms the East African private sector grouping, and we're under the one umbrella called the East African Business Council. Now, Jennifer asked me a question if the community integration as such has attracted liberalized services. Yes, indeed it has. The East African Common Market Protocol, let me first explain that for us to have a grouping, so-called East African Trade Bloc, it comes from the political arrangement that brings together the East African community. Those of you who are old a bit, you will recall that in the past, back in the 70s, there was a strong East African community of the time. And at some point, it collapsed in between, out of poor political will and differences in leadership. So the community collapsed at that time. It was growing on an interesting pace at that time. Now, several years down the road, the leadership in the four countries realized that the only way to progress was to go back to a community arrangement. Because today, as it is, and as it were, you can only do so much as a single country in terms of trade. You can't go far. Because any foreign investment is looking at the numbers. Today, East Africa talks of 145.6 million people. And anybody intending to invest in East Africa looks at that number. Because when you look at the individual numbers in each country, 30 million, 44, 23, it doesn't quite make sense in terms of numbers. Now, the leaderships therefore decided, just let's go back to the roots. Let's go back and form the East African community, which expands the numbers, expands the market, and therefore need to open the borders. So there were several protocols signed. Several of them are going to be implemented in phases, including protocols like political federation, monetary union, common market, or rather common external tariff. Several of these protocols have been signed, and we are in the phase currently of implementing one by one. And who is driving this? Mainly the business sector. The private sector is at the forefront of influencing change. And as a matter of fact, and this is an open secret, that even for the political leadership to decide to go back to the community, the driving force behind were the activities of the private sector. Because those of us in the private sector were no longer respecting borders of any country. Trade drives activity across borders. You can't help it. There's movement of people every day. There's transportation every day. There's flow of goods from Mombasa port all the way down to Kigali. So this happens every day. And so the only response the leadership could do is to listen in and tune in to the requirements of the private sector. So as we grow, what you hear about the East African the community today growing, one of the key drivers are the activities of the private sector. We tend to be very innovative and creative. And as the Honorable Minister mentioned yesterday, when the heads of state of the region meet to discuss the next event in the course of integration, they necessarily invite us. We sit with them and usually listen to our view and ask us, so what direction should we be taking on this particular aspect? Where should we be going on this particular aspect? And so we inform the gathering, and so decisions are taken based on a lot of thinking from the private sector. Now, specifically about services, the Common Market Protocol opened up services in a couple of areas. I'll mention a couple of them. Business services, distribution services, educational services, communications, like the minister mentioned yesterday, tourism and travel, transport services, and several protocols guarantee the movement of capital and workers. So what we have seen, and which is a key ingredient of growth for the region, for the business in the region, is that you liberalize movement of labor. You can only imagine. I do not know the success of it in the Gulf countries here, but free movement of labor is a key requirement if you are to grow your economies. Absolutely. There's no shortcut to that. There's need to open up to professionals from one country to go across under specific arrangements. In fact, we had situations in East Africa where certain political elements used to think that it's going to be dangerous to open up for members of the other countries to come in so easy. But then, if you are a smart business person, you have to draw a line between security and business. If you confuse the two, you're likely going to be lost in one of the fields. You could be lost in security only and lose business, or do business only and compromise security. So our leaderships decided to look at it in a separate way. Let's address security as a separate matter, deal with it with all the requirements it takes, and let's deal with business. So let's ease the freedom of movement of people. You are aware of this document called work permits, which I'm sure applies even in your countries here. A work permit ordinarily used to be a document you apply for and spend up to 4 or 5 weeks. In fact, it used to be 3 months, going through processes of vetting. And today, what happened is leadership said, this does not make sense. What are you vetting? Haji so-and-so wants to go to trade in the next country. So what are you waiting for? What is it you're waiting for? Why don't you process his work permit in 3 days, maximum 3 days, and a number of countries used to sell these documents. So we got to a point where we said, why are you selling work permits? Because the amount of money this individual is going to generate in that country is way more than the money you are charging for this document called the work permit. So what we have seen now is waived fees for work permits. We have seen free movement of labor. So basically, currently what is happening is that lots of professional bodies are signing mutual recognition agreements. So much that architects from one country will move simply, there's a job across, okay, move. So long as you are a recognized architectural body. And through mutual recognized agreements today, what professionals have done is to sit together and say, okay, what's the criteria? Who fits to work in this field? What's the criteria? So they lay down a criteria, and professionals are easy to move easily across the region. So yes, there is free and liberalized movement of services, and it is contributing significantly to the growth of our economies in the region.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I'd like you to put on your chef's hats and tell the audience, what do you think the ingredients are to make the climate attractive for FDI? And also, I'm wondering if Yosef, if you can also, and His Excellency perhaps, comment on the impact of falling oil prices on strategies for attracting investment. So which chef would like to begin, sir?
Can you clarify more your question?
Basically, if you can, you addressed this in your opening remarks, and I'm wondering if you can just elaborate on what is needed to make the investment climate, the climate for FDI more appealing.
Actually, there are many problems really to attract. I'm talking about Qatar, but probably it applies to other countries. There are impediments to small and medium enterprises. So what you need first to remove these impediments. These impediments are money. There are bottlenecks on the supply side. The availability of land, the availability of storage, the availability of warehousing, the availability of technical assistance. So this is one. You have to remove the impediments. And Qatar has worked very hard on doing this. I'll just give an example. Economic zone. We just launched 2 areas of economic zones where to provide land to investors and with a proper infrastructure and with a small cost. We have launched also 2 areas of logistic, you call them logistic areas and warehousing, again to remove these impediments on the supply side. There were impediments for small and medium enterprises by when they have some kind, the government have some kind of tender. In the tender, there are some restrictions that actually, in a sense, make the small and medium enterprise cannot do it, and these were removed. Government was competing with the private sectors. So all these factors now are being approached in order to make sure these impediments are gone. In addition, we have incentives. We have to make incentives to both investment, foreign and domestic. I would emphasize because for us, domestic investment is as important as foreign investment. We don't need funds, but it's important to have it. We need technology, it's fine. But also we need to make sure that Qataris are participating actively in the private sector. And so we need, in this case, incentives. The incentives are many that offered mainly by Qatar Development Bank and by other institutions. I mentioned these would be loans at fairly cheap interest, guarantees of loan so the banks can loan these industries. We have advisory services offered for entrepreneurs, and these advisory services are many. We have technical assistance. We have incubator to encourage entrepreneurs, especially Qataris, to come into the private sector. We have changed for foreign investment, as I said, we have changed dramatically the areas that foreign investors can go to, and at the same time the tax incentives. So now the latest tax incentive, the tax is very small, it's 10% in general. It used to be 35%. As my friend here said, we had some kind of, not sure whether to attract very much foreign investment or not. Some believe that foreign investment compete with domestic investment. But this has changed also. Now we are going toward more and more attraction. And now, as I said, the foreign investor used to be only 49% can participate. And now with simple, let's say, a decision from the Minister of Finance, it can go to 200%, and it's almost all activities with the exception of very few. At the same time, we have to, I said, induce, not only encourage investors, we have to induce them, we have to attract them, and especially Qataris. So these are the major factors that we are, and this has been intensified in the last few years.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Khaled.
Thank you, Jafar. I volunteer to take the next mic. Some of the impediments or some of the, from a foreign investment perspective, what we have learned are, the first thing that they look at, obviously there's 2 different aspects. One, foreign investors looking at, from the domestic perspective, that is they're looking at the domestic market. And the second being an export processing zone, of course, producing in a particular country to reach out to the global market. So for one, when it comes to the domestic market, obviously they're looking at the purchasing power parity, the consumption capacity. And in those instances, they're mostly looking at FMCG goods. Some of the factors that play a very important role are, of course, costs of doing business, ease of doing business, and of course, access to trained human resources, especially when it comes to labor-intensive industries and also when it comes to knowledge-based industries. And of course, incentives and taxes do play a very important role. In most countries, when it comes to an SEZ or an EPZ, most of the times it's usually tax-free incentives, additional incentives are provided against exports, and it's the same in Bangladesh. And of course, as any investors, and especially when it comes to a multinational corporation, they look at whether the country and the scope of doing business is compliant and conducive, has conducive environment for growth. A very important aspect when it comes to costs is logistics and transport, whether the accessibility is there. And of course, again, in terms of market reach, regional connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just summarize it, and I mean, I would add on to what the doctor said and Dr. Khalid as well. I would summarize it in 3 words, to be honest. You need a market, you need stability, and you need a robust business environment. Those are the successful ingredients for attracting FDIs. I think we have all these ingredients in Qatar, especially stability. I mean, Qatar has been proven to be a very stable country, even though it's in a very unstable environment around it. However, it's been very stable, and that's, I think, the most important ingredient to attract FDI. And then, you know, FDI will come in definitely if there's a market. And for Qatar, I think there's a huge market because there's a huge demand for services that I think are lacking in the state of Qatar, and there's a lot of services to be offered. And I think the model in Qatar needs to be importing these services and providing them to the local economy, because Qatar is already an exporting country. So I don't think we need to export extra goods. We need to develop, I think, the local economy, provide these services locally, and with the, of course, second ingredient would be to provide a robust, friendly environment to be able to house all these international investments, and that's where the legal frameworks come in, the flexibilities in terms of foreign ownership, because unless you have, you know, these incentives, it's going to be difficult to attract all these investments. So a robust legal and regulatory framework is also important. The last thing, you know, international investments need is a bureaucratic system where nothing happens or things take time, because there's a time value of money, of course. It has to be safe. So I think these 3 ingredients are definitely available in Qatar, and we can definitely, with the new special economic zones that the doctor elaborated on, with the financial center, I think, which can expand into areas beyond financial services, I think Qatar would be a very interesting and exciting place for FDIs.
Okay. Has the decline in oil prices had any sort of an impact on your strategy for attracting FDI?
Actually, when Qatar National Development was made, it's one of the reasons it was launched and it was approved, is to make sure that we are reducing the dependence on oil and gas, and that, in a sense, we are looking at other alternatives. And that was started in 2008. So it's way before. Actually, it happened 2008. The price of oil also went down. It didn't last as long, but this time I think the situation is a little more difficult. So what we really have to do, I mean, if the price of oil continue to be down, now I'm not talking about investment, I am talking about really economic models. The economic models that was so far in Qatar and in many other oil exporting countries, especially in the Gulf, is the government would lead, and the government actually would set all the pace of development. The private sector was weak and not mostly dependent on the government. So this has to change. We start first with making sure that our expenditures are efficient. There is a lot of fat in expenditures. And I told you, if you remember at the beginning, that now the Ministry of Finance and the government is faced with a situation to balance between the demand on its services and between the revenues it's getting from oil. And that, so other measures has to be taken. These are very unpopular. I'm not sure I want to mention them, but certainly we have lots of subsidies in everything. And if you add to these, really you will find that they come to quite a lot. You have to think also of other sources of revenues for the government besides the oil and gas. There are many different kind of taxes, different situation, but really now I think is the time to make sure that government expenditures are efficient, that government services are transparent and at the same relevant. We want to make sure that many of the white elephant projects, let's say, you don't need or you postpone doing them. So a lot of efforts has to be done, but we believe that in Qatar we are, in a sense, prepared, but at the same time we have to really work hard to make sure that we balance between the two, prosperity, economic growth, and at the same time at a lower oil price.
Thank you. I'll ask one more question, and then before we turn it over to members of the audience. Dennis, what sort of mechanisms does the EAC have in place to enable SMEs to sell to multinationals? And would these mechanisms be effective in other regional groupings? Dennis, and if you'd like
Yes.
to comment.
Thank you, Jennifer. What the region has done, basically to enable SMEs to, first of all, grow and grow regionally, not just in one country, is to offer training, different training sessions for groups of SMEs across the region. We are doing that a lot, and we have lots of, us as Business Council, we organize lots of training programs to suit the different SMEs operating in the region to be able to sell to multinationals. So this is a successful program, and it is working very, very, very well. We organize as Business Council for the region, and this is the beauty of having a regional private sector grouping. The beauty of it is that you organize things regionally. We have specific regional B2Bs. The B2B arrangements, I can share this experience with you, are excellent in matchmaking, because we do this a lot and it works excellent. We make contacts through forums like this one. As a matter of fact, I'll be glad to have expressions of interest for Qatarians and other different participants here to let me know they are interested in the region in the sectors 1, 2, 3, whichever sector they will be. I'm listening very carefully to the diversification of Qatar from oil and gas to other things. Of course, foreign direct investment in the region is key. We are open to it, and as a region, as I said, the numbers speak for themselves. So if you invest in the region today, you can be sure returns are not going to be far, and then we have policies that guarantee your investments. The other things we've done is we have very vibrant regional trade fairs. I don't know how much people from this region participate in our region. I know it's not to that extent, but we have very enriching trade fairs across the region. And all these are aimed at targeting SMEs expose them to the international market, expose the international buyers to them. And so I would say, yes, it's a success story. SMEs in the region are properly connected to the multinationals. But it's a process. SMEs grow every day, and SMEs tend to die. Some of them tend to die along the way because they're not properly defined. SMEs need to be guided a lot, because if you don't guide them, chances are at a certain point, those that are not strong will collapse. So we do that a lot, and we have a good linkage through Business Council. We have a particular department in Business Council that focuses on growth of SMEs and our services to them as our members of the Business Council. This department will identify international markets for them, do the matchmaking, organize the training sessions for them, and organize the trade fairs. So yes, it is working in the region.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer, if I can comment on the oil question, the drop in oil. And I'm speaking purely from a financial center's perspective. I think the drop in oil prices, to be honest, has been, at least from on my side of the business, has been a blessing. And that's probably, people are probably wondering why, but we say in Arabic, رُبَّ ضَارَّةٍ نَافِعَةٍ, perhaps a calamity is beneficial. And the reason it's beneficial is because there is a dire need now to diversify. The government has seen it, that the drop in oil prices can happen. It might sustain for, I've heard, of course, reports that saying that oil might drop to 20. We've seen other reports saying that oil might stabilize at 60, 70. The situation is that we don't know what's going to happen for the next year or two. And if prices remain at these levels, then the government has to take measures. And one of these measures is to diversify immediately and try to attract more FDIs into Qatar. So, which makes my job easier because I can sell a better story, of course, and try to integrate easier with the local economy because there's a dire need and the situation is present. So in terms of a macro situation, of course, low oil prices are not good for in terms of the macroeconomic situation for Qatar. It's manageable, of course. Qatar has huge surpluses, and they've been accumulating these surpluses for more than a decade now. But again, from my perspective, it makes my job a hell lot easier to attract more FDI. So it's not always bad.
Understood. Silver lining. Thank you very much. I'd like to open up for the questions, audience questions. Does anybody have anything they'd like to ask? Please identify yourself, and I'd like to request that you ask questions rather than making statements, if possible. Thank you. Anybody? The gentleman over here in the center. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you for all these statements. My name is Ayman Qasim from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation. We are part of the Islamic Development MAC Group. Now, as mentioned by Mr. Yusuf Al-Jaida, is that the drop in the oil prices are maybe beneficial to start looking for diversification. And we all know that a sustainable growth will can be only achieved by diversifying the economy and the structure of the economy. We've been collaborating with the government of Kuwait as well in establishing a diversification fund just to look for, increasing exports and diversification of economy. Have such thing been thought? Is there any plan, any diversification fund, any plan of diversifying for the coming 5 or 10 years in Qatar? Thank you.
Thank you. Did you wanted to direct your question to us?
Okay. Actually, Qatar National Vision was very clear on the kind of other alternative sources that we have to go through. The first one, of course, in hydrocarbon. Not hydrocarbon itself, but the industries and the services that benefit from hydrocarbon. So we talk about petrochemical downstreams. This is an unbelievable choice for us because it reduces the risk of oil price fluctuation. It increases the integration in the country. It, of course, benefit from the value chain of integral industries. We have, of course, other kind of industry we mentioned, like special steel, where it's used mainly for automotive and other kind of investment. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay. And then we got to the, but when it comes to industries, really conventional industries, we don't find competitive advantage here for us. So we have to avoid, for instance, classical industries, large industries. We don't, because of our small size, because of our small number, because of our limited resources, they are not appropriate for us. So then we talk about services. Yes, when it comes to services, this is where we believe they benefit from the revenues generated by oil industry, but at the same time, they are good alternatives because we don't have the disadvantages. Actually, we have disadvantage in Islamic and conventional banking and finance, in reinsurance, in captive insurance, in other kind of activities. We can go, and even when we talk about tourism, we talk about special tourism, maybe business tourism, sports tourism. This is the area. But our main, really, goal is to reach knowledge-based activities, and we already have done so many things regarding this matter, by the way. We have the established, because you need excellent education. We established Education City. We established Qatar Science and Technology Park. The country has already assigned 2.8% of the government revenues for research and development. We have a strategy for research and development that in the future will really help diversification. And at the same time, we have many institutes at Qatar Foundation and Qatar University Research and Development Institute. I'm not sure really I answered your question, but I hope I did.
I can probably address it from a financial perspective. I know we've worked with IDB in the past. It's Islamic Development Bank in Saudi, which is, I'd consider a conglomerate in terms of development in the region. We've had various talks in the past in terms of developing probably a mega Islamic bank, but some of these plans didn't happen at the time for other specific reasons. But in terms of immediate measures of diversification from a financial perspective, is we've immediately looked at sectors other than the financial services, and we've expanded in those areas and allowed FDI to be invested in other areas other than banks, insurance companies, and asset management. For example, we've gone into the sports industry. We know there's a dire need for 2022, and unless you invite conglomerates in the sports industries, which is important to be able to deliver the World Cup 2022 in time. So we've been able to attract some sports companies. We've gone into IT sectors. We've gone into different engineering sectors that we'd hope also would provide diversification, would help in the diversification efforts. But another, I think, interesting point we've done is that we've looked at Qatar's purchasing power, and you probably know about our foreign investments, and we have been a bit more careful in investing every dollar and measuring what kind of return we can get out of those investments in Qatar. So an example on that, if we invest $5 billion in a capital raise in a global bank, we would want that global bank to set up perhaps a regional headquarters in Qatar, mobilize an army of 300 financial professionals to set up in Qatar. So more value on every dollar being invested. So, I mean, these are some of the immediate measures we've taken. I mean, something like a diversification fund we'd be happy to look at, probably house it in Qatar even. Can we seed it if we see any immediate contributions to the Qatar economy and further help the diversification efforts? And yes, perhaps. We're open to ideas as well in terms of diversity. So for us, it's a learning process, I think, but we've taken some of these measures and we're looking forward to take more measures, hopefully, to intensify the diversification efforts in Qatar's economy.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
The gentleman in the front over here?
Thank you. Let me just, my name is Olusegun Awolo. I run the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Mine will be a contribution, if I may, not a question.
Very brief contribution?
Yes.
Thank you.
Taking from the theme, driving diversification through trade and investment, I just want to share with you what Nigeria is doing. Recently, we rebased our economy, and we found out that we're the largest economy in Africa. And when you look at our GDP, we were surprised. We thought we were oil-producing economy, so that will drive our GDP. But no, oil and gas was only 15% of our GDP. Agriculture, okay, we thought then it must be agriculture driving this GDP. Lo and behold, we found out that agriculture was only 22%. So what was driving Nigeria's GDP? It was services. So we were indeed more diversified than we thought we were, even though oil was still fetching us 90% of our revenue. So what are we doing? And let me just take it from Mr. Yusuf Al-Jadi's quote that calamity is indeed beneficial. And we have now identified 13 strategic export products to replace oil. We have 3 categories. We have the agro-allied, which we're going to concentrate on palm produce, rice, cocoa. Nigeria is the the 3rd largest cocoa producer in the world. Sugar, we're moving from sugar cane to sugar, and cashew, which we're also like number 7 in the world. We're also looking at mining products, which we're doing cement. Nigeria used to be a net importer of cement. We're now exporting cement. Indeed, the largest, the richest man in Africa is Alhaji Dangote, a big cement manufacturer in Nigeria, and is establishing all over the world. We are also looking at iron ore, auto parts, and aluminum. But we are not saying that we are totally ignoring the petrol, oil, and gas, because we are looking at petrochemical products as well that build more refineries and then a sell of fertilizer, urea, and methanol. So all in all, that is all we're trying to do for this, because we have a 60% dip in our budget because of the low oil prices. So we have to look. So we're pushing more export investment projects. So we'll advise you, Nigeria is 170 million population. The ECOWAS sub-region is over 300 million. When Dennis Carrera was talking about their own population of their sub-region, and ECOWAS is 300 million. And Nigeria has one of the youngest median ages in Africa, 17. So there's a youthful population bulge there waiting to be explored for jobs, for employment, and for creativity. So we're looking for investment in export investment projects. So it might interest you, Mr. Yusuf Alade, that this is an area where you can invest in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You want to respond?
I think those are definitely interesting figures from Nigeria. But a point I wanted to make on, I think Africa is a next hot destination for sure. A lot of, we know that there's a lot of Chinese investments in Africa. As a financial center, we've actually recently set up an RMB center for Chinese currency, which is an offshore RMB center, and hopefully capture some of the trade flows that are going from Asia into Africa, Nigeria being one of the destinations. But I think Africa is definitely a hotspot. We have set up recently a new African team in the financial center for the first time. We have a head of Africa who's actually a Kenyan, looking at how our financial center can be a hub probably for some of the investments coming out of the Middle East into Africa, or perhaps capturing some of the investments coming out of Asia into China. We've set up, one of the Chinese banks have set up as a main clearing and payment settlement agent with the Qatar Central Bank to be able to clear all the yuan currencies that we expect, hopefully, to attract through Qatar into China. There's one in Hong Kong, of course, there's one in London. Which, like I said, the QFC has always been a laboratory for testing policy changes or any economic tools that might be viable for further diversification. So I agree, definitely there's cases in Africa that need to be looked at. I think Nigeria definitely being one of the biggest. We're looking at Kenya, we're looking at Ghana as well, and trying to figure out not only to attract some African capital, but how we can reroute investments from the Middle East into Africa.
Thank you. The lady over there on the left.
Thank you. My name is Diane Sainzoga. I'm coming from Rwanda Development Board. And Rwanda is also involved in export diversification, and we have an export processing zone. And we also have international brands who are coming in the country to process their products. So I would like to hear from the experience of Bangladesh. What are the mechanisms you use to strengthen the local value chain, given the fact that you are importing almost all the raw materials, you are still very competitive on the international market? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. I might have addressed a lot of those during my opening remarks, but just to reiterate, what the first and foremost remains cost of production, and having access to such large, skilled and trainable human resource gives the biggest advantage. Second is, of course, all the special economic zones and export processing zones that we have, and the incentives, the financial incentives that are provided by the government. Of course, one of the most challenging factor that is now becoming is the cost of land. As you know, that Bangladesh is possibly one of the smallest countries in the world, and one of the first resource that is, we are skeptical of to run out is the availability of land. So now we are looking at more high-tech and technology-based or knowledge-based industries. But most important remains it's the knowledge. It's knowledge, cost of production. Those are the two most areas. And of course, I think I might have reiterated earlier on this, is the regional connectivity. That is an extremely, in Africa, that is a very important, and that's already open. But for Bangladesh, being a very closed economy, this is something that is very, this is of very importance to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman in the center there, please.
My name is Ofon Udofia, Institute of Export Operational Management, Nigeria. My question goes to Yusuf Al-Chitai. I know that Qatar imports a lot of services. We want to find out how can we partake in exporting services to Qatar.
How to be involved in exporting services to Qatar.
I think, well, first of all, I think we need to meet and understand, of course, what export services are being questioned here in terms of export. But you need to know the market, of course, in Qatar, and we can help with introducing the market. You need to probably set up in Qatar, do your research on the market, and check out what the needs are in Qatar to start with. And if it makes sense from a financial perspective and there's demand for a certain product, then exporting into Qatar can be easily viable. We can house management offices or company representative offices within the Qatar Financial Center. You can probably do your own research by using some of the local tools that are available to conduct your research in Qatar. And I think all the tools are available to be able to export to Qatar. But of course, you need to understand what the demand is and where the demand is. There is demand, and like I said, in a lot of services in Qatar. I can't comment on the food sector, but there are definitely dire needs for better services in Qatar, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's school, whether it's education, whether it's health, talent. There's a huge opportunity, especially with an economy growing at double-digit rates for the past decades. So I think a little bit of research. Their legal and regulatory environment is perfect. I think for whatever business you want to set up in Qatar, the incentives are there. A solid judicial environment as well as part of the KFC or the state. So it really depends. Do you have anything in mind in terms of things you want to export?
I appreciate if you can give me the opportunity of meeting with my team so we can discuss that better.
Definitely, definitely. Like I said, I have an African team who can definitely look into opportunities and explain the entire environment for you to invest in Qatar. It's part of the job.
Thank you. Any other questions? The gentleman in the blue shirt, yes. Probably have time for 2 more questions after this before we have to wrap up.
I present myself, Khalti Moumi from Tunisia. Sorry, I'm to speak in English, but it's better than French. Okay, but it's not easier for me. But anyhow, it's my second meeting with local partner from Qatar. And after this second meeting with this partner, nice gentleman, I got some conclusion and some remarks. As you know, for development of SME, there is 2 ways, either internal way or external. Internal is local, but external can be done by GV or acquisition or new implementation in foreign countries. And I guess if local SME don't expand their activities outside Qatar, they will see the foreign companies came in Qatar, and since they don't have the critical size, there is a big risk that they disappear. And I wish to see if there is any policy from the state of Qatar to encourage the local companies to go overseas, to go for other countries, to have their own implantation. And for example, in our country, in Tunisia, we have regional markets about 100 million, and we are in less than 24 hours from European market. It is a huge market, 450 million. And we have a good level for technician, and we have many big companies that have their own company in Tunisia, Airbus, Mercedes, BMW, Value, and we can, from Tunisia, have big expansion for local partner in Qatar for this market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. His Excellency, would you like to answer that question regarding
Understand the question, right? You want to see how companies in Qatar could approach different markets, including in Tunisia. Am I right on this?
Yes.
Actually, Qatar Development Bank offer so many facilities to domestic business in order to export to different places. These include financial and non-financial. The financial ones are many, actually. One, loan for exports. Second, guarantees of risk, even risk of a customer. So we have a guarantee for that, and then a discount for the bills itself, so it's expedite the payment. The non-financial are again money. First, where are the markets are? What kind of products? We make a lot of studies on the products that could be attractive to these markets. Of course, conferences like these are very important also to introduce Qatari businessmen to businessmen from outside. We have even training of some small companies, training in different documents, in different banking and credit requirements. So really, there are so many facilities, and I think Qatar Development Bank is one of the main institutions that can do that.
Thank you very much.
Can I answer some of that question? I can add. Yeah.
I don't want to compete with they have the money.
I think no, we don't have the money. Just we're squeezed for money currently. But however, to answer your question on the, I think there's two parts. You talked about the JV in Qatar. There's an inwards part of the question. There's an outwards part of the question. Now, inwards, if you're talking about companies coming into and setting up in Qatar, you talked about a JV partner. There's multiple ways to set up in Qatar. You can go the JV partner route and set up with a strong local partner. There's very much benefits in that. Other routes, of course, some companies choose the 100% foreign ownership route, which means you set up either through the Ministry of Economy and Commerce, through an exemption, or through the Qatar Financial Center. You have 100% foreign ownership, and you can set up a structure that's viable for your business. However, of course, since it's a financial center, it has to be within those activities that we allow. So if it's an activity that we allow, you can set up with 100% foreign ownership. Now, the outward investments, of course, Qatar is a nation that's been exporting capital, as you know, and therefore a lot of the expansions from the Qatari companies has been in the financial sector. I would actually debate your answer. No, there are Qatari companies that have gone beyond the borders. We have conglomerates, blue chips, the likes of Qatar National Bank, Qatar insurance companies. Even in the financial center, we have the likes of Q Invest. They're doing cross-border transaction in the MENA region. Qatar National Bank has recently set up in Saudi. So we've gone beyond Qatar, to be honest, even into Europe. Yes, it's probably currently only in the financial sector, But there are, I think, opportunities for other Qatari conglomerates that are looking into opportunity. But you only, I think, cross-border when you want to enter into markets that provide you with better returns than your own local market. And when you are saturated in your own market, you usually look for other markets. Qatari companies have done it. There are more than 10 companies I can think of. Most of the companies on the exchange have actually gone beyond the Qatari borders. SMEs, I think it's a phenomena that's still being developed in Qatar. The legal environment, the financial regulatory environment as well, in terms of providing facilities for SMEs. I think that's still an ongoing process. Of course, there's different definitions for SMEs. One SME, I mean, if you look at SMEs in the US, you're talking about companies beyond $200 million. An SME in Qatar could be a company with a 1 million riyal capital. So it really depends on your definition. Our blue chips are considered SMEs probably in the States. So if you take it from a US definition, then all our SMEs have been crossing borders. The lesser, smaller companies, I think, are in the process of learning. And I think these joint ventures opportunities, of course, with other foreign partners and with FDIs, help SME companies in Qatar to expand first in their local market and then beyond Qatari borders. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you. Final question. The gentleman over there on the left.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Siddiq Muhammad. I'm managing director of Abrim Group from India. My question is to His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim, economic advisor. As you know, Qatar is becoming one of the most innovative country in the world. And you are making a lot of investment in World Cup and many other innovative things. As you know, technology rules the world. Okay? So is any program in your country that you can undertake any kinds of latest inventions and technologies from any part of the world, especially from India? We have thousands of new technologies that can empower and change the world. So I would like to know whether you have any program which can undertake this kind of technologies for Qatar and other Middle East countries or the world as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, actually, we do have Qatar Science and Technology Park, where companies from all over the world come to this park, come with an idea, technological idea, and we provide in this park, we provide land, services, and other kind of things. And the final, actually, outcome is supposed to be commercialized project. So we help this. So you start from a technology idea. We offer a lot of support for this idea. We have actually major companies in this kind. You have GE, you have Shell, you have ExxonMobil. We have so many companies actually participating. Each one has an idea, a technological. We prefer this idea to be relevant, of course, to the country itself. But at the same time, the purpose is together we will have partnership in commercializing this idea. I don't know if I answered the question.
That if you undertake that technology, like internet is a new the technology come like that, many new technologies are coming in the world, you know. So it can be a great investment for Qatar as a whole. So if you undertake, get the right for this technology for the entire world, something like that. This is a new idea that can be thought of. Thank you.
We've seen investments from the Qatar Investment Authority in the technology space. I mean, Uber, there was a huge investment from Qatar Investment Authority into Uber in the early stages. There is a technology team, research team in the QA that looks at investments globally. So, I mean, it's part of the portfolio for sure. And as the doctor said, we're also trying to import some of these ideas into the Qatar Science and Technology Park. So there's been investments into the technology area, maybe not as much, but there are significant investments. I mean, the likes of course, the latest, Facebook and Twitter, with these, 10, $20 billion valuations. I think from a research perspective, you'd look into it. I mean, those are all based on futuristic cash flows. So from an investment point of view, you'd probably have to look at it carefully and make a wise investment decision whether you want to go into those. But Qatar has always been investing in technology. Maybe recently it's even intensified. The example I can think about is Uber, but I know there's a technology team based in the Sovereign Wealth Fund that's looking at ideas globally.
Are you giving importance for robotic technologies also? Because robotic technologies, robot.
I think we're holding the next robotic World Cup in Qatar. I can't remember where.
After 10 years, maybe everybody will be having a robotic wife and a robotic husband. That's the world is going to be ruled by robots.
We've heard about robotic armies and all of that, but it's an area to be looked at, of course. I don't know about investments into it, but...
It can be great. It can be highly feasible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the wonderful questions. I've got one final wrap-up question. I'd like to announce before that there are parallel sessions that have begun. I believe it's in Salwa 1 and 2. They're immediately starting or have already begun. Just as a very final, very brief, 60 seconds or less, in light of the topic of today's discussion, what's your message? Sir, 60 seconds, what is your message, trade and investment, FDI? Everything wrapped up very quickly.
Well, really, I don't know. My message is very brief. I mean, especially with developing countries and with oil exporting countries that are also developing. Really, we have no choice except, I think your theme here, innovate, right? Invest, internationalize. I think that's the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yusuf?
5 seconds, I think my message would be we're open for business. We want to diversify. We want to develop our private sector. FDI is welcome. We have robust rules and regulations that would ensure that those FDIs would be safe in Qatar and hopefully contribute to our diversification efforts. So my message in less than a second is we are open for business as a country.
Thank you. Dennis?
Again, mine is similar to what he's saying. Mine is to invest, or rather to trust most of you, Qatarians and others, to the East African region. It's a stable region because there's a couple of cooperant factors that drive somebody to invest. You want a stable environment, you want good policies, you want structured business groupings, and that is quite available in the East African region. So we'll be more than happy to receive investors. We want to work with different partners across the region. So we invite you, we invite all of you. The region is ready for investment, and I hope to strike more regional and bilaterals through this meeting and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Hussein?
Thank you. On behalf of Bangladesh, of course, what we look at is cross-border internationalization of businesses, cross-border investments, cross-border knowledge transfers, and of course, most importantly, behind all of that is robust and well-defined government policies and incentives, which are all available, of course, from Bangladesh, and we look at Bangladesh for you as your next billion-dollar opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you again, gentlemen. It's been very interesting. Thank you for attending. And have a nice rest of the day and rest of the conference.
I have no doubt others will join us. For those of you who are here already, welcome. Thank you for joining us for this next session on halal standards, challenges and opportunities. Now, to some of you in the room, this may be a familiar topic. To others, it may be a market that is not necessarily one you know a lot about. And before I go into introducing our panel, allow me to just say a few things on what it is that we're actually going to be looking at today, maybe set the scene a little bit to give you more of a sense of what the session is all about. Now, obviously, the word halal will be familiar to most of you, if not all of you, from a religious perspective. But really, what we're talking about today is, I think the easiest way to put it is an opportunity, a market opportunity, and a significant one. One that is growing and one that could become a staple aspect, a staple part of global trade in the coming years and in the coming decades. Just to contextualize that a little bit, the global Muslim population stands at 1.6 billion already. It's one of the fastest growing, or if not the fastest growing populations in terms of religiosity globally. And by 2030, the estimate is that it will reach 2.2 billion. In that same year, it will account for more than a quarter of the global consumer population. And it's a market that is estimated that has the potential to be somewhere between a $1.3 and $1.6 trillion market. So that's the angle we're taking. We're looking at this from an economic standpoint. What are the trade opportunities here? What are the economic development opportunities? And I think the best way to put it perhaps is that this is a bit of a crash course in a growing market and a bit of an opportunity to learn as well. The format is going to be in keeping with the sessions that have been running throughout the conference. And we're going to start with 5 minutes dedicated to each speaker, which act as an opportunity to set the scene, give us a bit more context as to where they're coming from in relation to the subject of the halal standards market. And then sort of hopefully build on that. We'll have a bit of a discussion up here. And as soon as we're able to, we'll also take comments and questions from the floor. Before I introduce the panel, a very quick point. Now, we have a lot of content to cover. We have a lot of speakers to cover. I really urge each speaker to stick to the 5-minute time limit for the initial intervention. What I'll do is, in case you're losing track of time, after 5 minutes, I will just point out that we've reached the 5-minute limit, and then maybe you can just use the remaining 60 seconds or so to finish the point that you're on, just to make sure that we can get through the material and have as lively a discussion as possible. And on that note, without further ado, allow me to introduce each of our speakers very briefly. The speaking order will be different, but I will just go from right to left. And to my immediate left is Rushdie Siddiqui, who is the CEO of Zilza, which is a Muslim lifestyle B2B e-commerce platform. To his left is Ihsan Övüt, who is the Secretary General of the Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries. Then we have Faye Jazareen, who is the CEO of Persis out of Malaysia. Then we have Tony Zorab, who is the Chief Market Access Officer, the Ministry of Primary Industries of New Zealand. Then we have Zouhair Triki, who is the Secretary General of Maroc Export. And last but not least, we have Abdelahmed David Evans, who is the CEO of Halal Focus. And we're going to start with you, Abdelahmed, to kick us off. You're working very closely with ITC on the halal market. And I'll hand over to you for your 5 minutes to, basically, a very simple question to frame it. What is halal? What is this market all about? I mean, how, for the layman, how should you understand this? How should you be approaching this?
Good afternoon. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin not just by thanking ITC for involving me in this project, but to congratulate them for putting halal on the agenda. And it's been, in a way, this is kind of a landmark for me personally, because I've been involved in this sector for around 12 years, and for halal to be in in an export development forum means that halal, it's true, halal is going mainstream in that way. And to put it in another kind of context, it's a journey of 1,437 years because halal food has been around for a long time. But as a market parameter and as a definable market, halal is actually a very young and immature market in that sense. If we go back in time a little bit, halal basically referred to the slaughter of animals. Was the slaughter method carried out correctly? What has happened is that halal as a parameter has evolved so that it now does not just refer to meat. It refers to all manner of foods. And it has even gone beyond foods into the personal care, cosmetic, pharmaceutical markets, and even further out into lifestyle markets, as you'll hear from Rushdie Siddiqui, for example. But in that sense, the whole process is actually in a kind of process of evolution. And halal is now starting to be seen, I would say over the last 5 years, as being recognized actually as an engine of growth for national economies. I.e., if you develop the halal sector, it is one of the ways you can develop your economy. And let me just give you a few statistics about the market. As we heard, 1.6 billion customers, the Muslim population. So that's 1 in 4 people on the earth. 60% of the Muslim world is under the age of 30. So that also gives us a pretty interesting idea of where the future is going. If we look at the Muslim food and beverage consumption globally, we have the figure of $1.37 trillion. That's 18% of the global F&B market. But as we said, the Muslims are around 25% of the global population. So even that figure, there's still a lot of room for growth and expansion before we get into issues of halal being sold in the mainstream markets, which it is. Halal is quite a difficult sector to track because there isn't an HS code for halal foods. You have to do some tweaking to get the statistics. But if we take that figure of 1.37 and put it into context, if we imagine the Muslim market as one market, the next biggest market in the world is China at 857 billion. USA, 768, Japan, 445. So if we take the Muslim food and beverage market as a global market, it's the biggest one in the world. So from niche to mainstream, you'd say it's perhaps more a shift of perception than of numbers. If we look at the meat and poultry, if we consider that the meat and poultry which is exported into the OIC countries, into the Muslim majority countries, we have a meat and poultry of annually from last year, $15.3 billion. In the GCC region, that was 6 billion of that was in the GCC, 2.5 billion of that was in Saudi Arabia. So even in these individual countries, we're talking about just with meat and poultry, not processed meat and poultry, but just with meat and poultry. And if we then look at kind of processed foods, which is also an expanding sector in terms of how processed foods are exported, that's a $2.1 billion market within the OIC. And it's opened opportunities for example, countries like Thailand, who have developed their own food processing industry and geared it towards the halal sector. They've seen tremendous growth over the last 10 years in terms of how that has worked for them in terms of supplying the needs of the Muslim markets. They did 791 million last year in processed foods to the OIC countries. But in terms of halal being here, in terms of being a mainstream category or a mainstream concept, this idea of innovate, invest, and internationalize is exactly where the halal market is at now. Because what we're seeing is that issues of sustainability, supporting SMEs, supporting the trade and investment support institutions in different countries, talking about job creation, halal, the halal sector, the halal food and beverage market plays directly towards those aims. So for me, it was natural and appropriate and significant that ITC were taking on this idea of looking at halal and how it could be incorporated into their overall goals. And in fact, when you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, halal also plays directly into that and actually supports those. And I think what we're looking at in terms of the future is that halal is going to play a more and more significant role in terms of the mainstream market and in terms of the ways that it can support developing economies and all of the Sustainable Development Goals. And with that, I think I've done my 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Abdelhamid, for helping to set the scene and reinforcing and underlining why this is a market that, if you're not already paying attention to it, it's one to keep an eye on, because it does feel like a sector that is on the cusp of going mainstream, to use your terminology. And what we're going to do now is hear from practitioners in the market, from different perspectives, different geographies, to get more of a sense of what the individual experiences are, and to get more of an insight into what some of the opportunities of the market are and what some of the challenges of this market are as well. And on that note, I'm going to turn to Ihsan Övüt for your opening remarks and perspectives. How do you come at this? You know, what is your role in helping to develop this sector, and what are some of the opportunities and challenges?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, dear brother and sister. At the outset, I would like to take the opportunity to thank ITC for inviting us to the important gathering. I suppose you may have heard about SMIC, and for those who don't know, I hope they will have an opportunity to introduce SMIC and its activity shortly. SMIC is an affiliated intergovernmental organization to the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It is not a certification body, but instead is a regional standards body like GCU, SEN, and etc. Was established in 2010. Its headquarters is in Istanbul, in Turkey. In regards to the main objective of SMIC, the institute aims to prepare and harmonize OIC SMIC standards, which will reflect the common interest of the OIC member states. Also aims to uniformity in metrology, laboratory testing, and standardization in member states. But last but not least, to establish an accreditation scheme which will ensure halal certification is implemented in line with the requirements of OIC SMIC standards. Membership to SMIC is open to all national standardization and accreditation metrology bodies of the OIC member states. Recently, by having Kyrgyz Republic as a new member, the number of SMIC has reached to 32, pursuing the aim of having 57 member states of OIC within SMIC family. Distinguished brothers and sisters, with the aim of establishing consensus based on harmonized standards, 9 technical committees have been formed under the SMIC. So far, the more TCs, technical committees, will be established if required. For example, some of them halal food issues, halal cosmetic issues, service sites, etc. Structure and governance system of SMIC technical committees are designed in compliance with the system of international technical committees and operate in the same manner with them. OIC SMIC standards drafted by OIC Standards Experts Group, which was composed of nearly all OIC member states, experts, and related OIC institutions, and were finalized within the establishment of SMIC, have been adopted by OIC SMIC halal standards in May 2011. Thus, we can say these consensus-based standards reflect the needs of all OIC member states. These standards, namely OIC SMIC 1 for the general guidelines for halal food, OIC SMIC 2 for the certification bodies, for OIC SMIC 3 for the accreditation activities. All 3 standards were prepared with the reference such international institutions as Codex, ISO, IEC, and of course with the contribution of International Islamic Fiqh Academy experts for fiqh issues. These standards are living documents. They need revision in time To the end, OIC's CIMIC standards are also in process of revision in the related committees. Once the revision process is finalized, new versions of these three standards will be in use. Certification mechanism itself is not enough to make sure the system has no flaws. Like in other international practice, halal food also needs to be an objective third-party attestation system which will be control the competency of to confirm the assessment bodies. This system is nothing but CIMIC's accreditation committee itself, which is the objective and competent authority for halal accreditation. It is a body whose activities are independent and works in the cooperation with CIMIC for administrative issues. Based on ongoing activities of CIMIC Accreditation Committee, it's aimed to launch a CIMIC accreditation system by the first quarter of the next year, and with that a sound recognition system will be implemented, and all competent assessment bodies in the world meeting the requirements of the relevant OIC CIMIC standards will be included in this halal accreditation system and perform halal certification activities under the umbrella of CIMIC. This system enables halal certification body operated owned by Muslim community in non-OIC member states in the task accreditation
We're on exactly 5 minutes.
From the CIMIC Accreditation Committee or CIMIC Accreditation multilateral agreements members or oversight officers. Being a member state-based institute, all the technical works are carried out by the competent experts from the member states in the relevant committees of CIMIC, and that makes CIMIC operate as a requirement of standardization needs. Institute aims to establish a unified standard system which will be enhance trade relations with primarily among member states and also private sector companies by eliminating all kinds of duplication work and therefore technical barriers. To sum up, a unified halal standard system developed by CIMIC, which is an intergovernmental institution and technically competent body on related standardization issues, is the solution to the existing problem. Adoption and implementation of halal standards by the related parties is a vital importance in order to enhance trade. Finally, for the benefit all of us, we aim to have one standard, one certificate recognized everywhere. Thank you for your kind instance.
Sure. Thank you, Ihsan. And you've really highlighted one of the core issues when it comes to mainstreaming a sector like the halal sector, which is harmonization and standardization, which is, of course, also a permanent fixture of the standards debate in general, something I have no doubt we'll expand upon in the course of the discussion. Tony, I'd like to turn to you now and get a sense of what the New Zealand perspective is on the halal market and what some of the challenges are, specifically perhaps from a trade perspective, in harnessing the opportunity that is there in principle.
Thank you. Is it working? Yep.
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Everyone hear me? First of all, I mean,
I think you just have to hold it a little bit closer.
I said, first of all, thank you for being invited here to talk today, and I think also that the ITC, has been previously stated, has done a very good job of actually putting this matter onto the agenda of this meeting. I was reflecting the other day, and my father said to me when I was young, never get involved in religion or politics, or was one other thing, and I've forgotten about that. And here we are talking about halal, and my brother's a priest. So I guess we didn't listen too well. So the New Zealand context for halal, well, it's always been about meat, hasn't it? And it's only recently, as we've heard earlier, that this halal thing has actually kind of been the scope's been extended so widely. But New Zealand's been exporting halal meat to the Middle East and other Islamic markets for decades and decades, and it was going along quite nicely. And then around about 2005, we looked around, and a few things happened, and we thought, jeepers, New Zealand's quite vulnerable because we're an exporter of meat and dairy products, etc., and a lot of our GDP depends on doing that right. And to have the halal certification right meant that that actually enabled trade. And if we didn't get it right, it had some pretty severe, or could have some pretty severe economic consequences. So after a little while after that, we established a regulatory framework for halal in New Zealand for meat to start off with, and it was really only about just not really further processed meat, just chops and manufacturing meat, etc. And that was enacted around about 2010. And that framework was really based on our knowledge of food safety. You might think that's a bit funny, but in our area, and Ministry for Primary Industries does food safety. It's about accreditation bodies. It's about kind of management systems to make sure things get done, that they're robust, that there's good integrity there. And it's about ISO standards, and in our case, we actually chose ISO 17020. And we established processing standards, halal processing standards. We looked around the world and saw what other countries were doing, Islamic countries were doing in that space. So we actually adopted those. We modified those to suit our own need, I guess is a better way to describe it. Then we specified competency criteria for halal certifiers, for people that were doing the audits, and people who are actually doing the actual certification process, and of course for the slaughtermen. And those standards were run through the Qualifications Authority, and we used Muslim scholars to actually help us develop those standards. And most importantly, well, of quite high importance anyway, the establishments, they had to have approved halal programs, which dealt with everything that was in the standard. So we had a system operating, or we have a system operating from 2010. We've modified it a little bit as we've gone along, and listened to other countries when they've told us they've had issues or concerns or whatever, or had some better ideas. But our prime focus is trade, okay, and trade, but doing it well and making sure there's integrity in the halal assurances that have been given by the halal certification bodies out of New Zealand. The results to date, well, it's still a work in progress. And I guess that kind of sums up what David was saying before, that the whole thing is a work in progress. The whole halal area is a work in progress. I think the compliance is a lot better. I think the understanding of the companies that are involved in the system is a lot better. And they actually kind of get it, why it's important. And I think the auditing practices by the halal certification bodies are far better now. And of course, we as government audit the system from time to time. In the future, we're looking at moving into the dairy sector, so it's the ingredient area. Dairy, tallows, oils, processed meats, gelatin, all those ingredients that are actually used to produce food, further processed food. And we have an electronic certification platform in New Zealand for health certification. We intend to move the halal certifiers into that system, so we actually can track and trace product moving through New Zealand in the meat area at least, and in terms of exports, know what's being exported. And if you get our sanitary certificate, it'll be linked to the halal certificate from the halal certification body. I think that's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony, for that country perspective. From New Zealand may not be an obvious market. It was interesting to hear that it's been exporting halal for decades and decades, but also the shift in the market and the impact that's having on the industry in terms of what New Zealand is doing in the sector. We're going to move on to Zouhair Triki from Morocco. Could you perhaps speak to the Moroccan experience in terms of the halal sector, what some of the opportunities and challenges are?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like first of all to thank the organizers, and I am very proud to be with you in Doha. As you know, trade of halal products and services knows rapid growth in global markets. These markets are currently experiencing a hard competition from countries seeking to strengthen their positions in this booming new market. This strong growth has prompted many countries to set up plans and dedicated committees to detect the origin of those products and adopt new rules on quality and standard certification to certify compliance with Islamic requirements. And Morocco also plans to break into global markets through a wide range of high-value added halal products and services that makes him able to sweep important market shares. As a Muslim country, we can say that almost all Moroccan food products are halal, as legislations are based mainly on the principles of Islam. Both 99% of agricultural products in Morocco comply fully with the Muslim specifications. This is a source of strength for the Moroccan economy. For that, Morocco attached particular interest to the export development of halal products and the search for new markets. In this context, Morocco adopted a methodology which focuses on two axes. The first, developing an integrated national strategy for the export development of halal products. Second, synergy and coordination between various stakeholders, public and private, in this field. From the public sector, there are Ministry of Foreign Trade, Moroccan Center for Export Promotion, the organization that I represent, Moroccan Institute for Standardization, and National Bureau of Health Safety of Food Products. And from the private sector, the Moroccan Association of Exporters. So several measures were taken in order to strengthen the national supply and contribute to the development of Moroccan exporters. The first initiative is the creation of a national standard for halal products in 2012 by the Moroccan Institute for Standardization. In spite of that, Moroccan products are inherently halal. Morocco created label halal in order to export. This standard was implemented in collaboration with the Supreme Council of Moroccan Scholars, based on the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Reference, the National Bureau of Health Safety of Food Products, and the Ministry of Health. More than 40 local companies already have the national halal certification. Several companies, more than 20 companies are currently subject to audits and controls in order to get their product market halal. So the first initiative is the creation of a national standard for halal products. The second focus is placed on the international recognition of Moroccan halal label in the most prominent markets. Thus, the national halal label for food and cosmetic products has been recognized by the Department of Islamic Development of Malaysia. The recognition of Moroccan halal certification by Malaysia gives to Moroccan companies an important competitive advantage, since Malaysia could be a platform for Moroccan products in ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. And it's expected that the Malaysian consecration will open the door to obtain mutual recognition from other countries. The third focus is placed on awareness raising among exporters. And thank you.
No, I mean, you can finish the thought. Don't worry, you don't have to stop immediately.
So in the third focus, which is awareness raising among exporters, various initiatives have been taken in these regards. The first initiative is the organization of Special Moroccan Halal Products Forum, which provides space for professionals to exchange expertise and experiences and best practices in the field of compliance with halal standards. This forum will become an annual appointment. The second initiative is the creation of a Halal Club by the private sector, by the Moroccan Association for Exporters. This club seeks to increase the pace of qualifying companies to get the halal certification. Another initiative is the organization of an international exhibition of halal products in Morocco. This international exhibition is now in its fourth session, held last week in Casablanca. It's aimed at encouraging the export of Moroccan products and make them known to international buyers. And finally, outside of Morocco, the organization of promotional activities around the world, mainly Moroccan participation to specialized exhibition, which aims to promote Moroccan products in the global markets and encourage exhibitors to make products bearing the emblem Halal Morocco. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Zouahir, for that perspective from Morocco. And it's interesting to hear how the country is trying to internationalize the sector and really start to tap into the global opportunity around the halal market. And on that note, I'm going to turn over to Faye. Now, Malaysia has already come up. It's arguably one of the more mature, more developed markets when it comes to halal. We've just heard from Morocco. It's a desirable target market in terms of exporting products. Could you perhaps speak a little bit to what the experience of Malaysia has been, the state of the sector, and some of the opportunities there?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Firstly, I'd like to thank ITC for allowing Malaysia its place in this esteemed stage. A little bit about our organization. Persis is a consulting and training company. We operate in the very niche area of knowledge management. And what we'd like to share here is about the Malaysian experience, whereby halal certification has been in practice since the 1970s. However, at that point in time, it was pretty much a traditional practice of inspection and observation by religious councils and offices. And where it has extended to nowadays is being under the custodian of the Department of Standards of Malaysia. It has evolved to become a very professionally managed ISO-aligned standards. And the Malaysian standards in halal, or MS as it's known, is pretty much benchmarked by many organizations all over the world. And why the emphasis on Department of Standards is sometimes there is, most of the time, there's very distinct confusion between what are the roles being played by the different regulators in the industry. And I think this is one of the key points that must be emphasized from very early on. Industry has a tendency to confuse between who are the certifiers, what are the roles of certifiers, and what is the role of accreditation. So we're glad to have SMIC clarify on those positioning. But why I'd like to also emphasize on this subject is the fact that as much as Malaysia has advanced into developing its first halal standards back in 2004, and to date, Malaysia has published over 13 halal standards, and it spans across food, pharmaceuticals, logistics, and the most recent being even Muslim tourism. Yeah, and this by itself demonstrates the breadth and the width of the halal sectors and its potentials. What we realized back in 2012 when the media caught up with the statement being made by JAKIM, our Malaysian halal certification body, out of the 4,000 over companies which applied for halal certification from JAKIM, over 60% failed. And we saw this as an alarming rate of failure, because with so much of interest, plus coupled with so much of failures, we're not going to get anywhere. So we did a little bit more research, and what we found was that although the standards are there, the understanding and interpretation of the standards was not really there. So what we are saying is that competency in understanding of and application of the standards is something that needed to be developed. Thus, Malaysia initiated under a smart partnership, we call it, areas of competencies, and we clearly specify what are the areas of competencies needed by regulators and the auditing personnel, as compared to what are the areas of competencies that is needed by the industry, yeah, in implementing the halal requirements, because this is one niche that we saw was left as a gap. Everyone's excited to get onto the trade bandwagon, and pretty much management of halal was taken for granted. What makes competency development a priority for Malaysia now is the fact that halal is not being addressed at the tertiary level of education. For example, if you were to talk about where would I learn more about halal, where do you actually go? You know, there isn't a place, or even in the universities, would you go to the School of Business? Would you go to the School of Science? Or would you refer to the School of Islamic Studies? Halal is a unique combination of all three. It's an integration that you need to facilitate all these three subject matters under one umbrella, with the objective of trade facilitation. So everything became very complex, and Department of Standards Malaysia realized that it's not really within their jurisdiction to ensure that all these subject matters are refined and defined, yeah? Being the authority and regulator. So they then decided, let's form some degree of capacity building, yeah, under a structured program. And I'm happy to inform the audience that our success has been adopted by the SME International Trade Association, or SMITA, as we call it in Malaysia. And the target for 2016 is to bring up to par 3,000 SMEs, Malaysian SMEs who are producing halal products into the China market. And we feel that this is pretty much a breakthrough which complements initiatives in halal, and we welcome cooperation with other parties who are interested to look into the similar areas and enhance competitiveness of SMEs in the halal trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faye, for that really interesting insight into both the success but also the complexity and difficulty of building up a national halal market. On that note, I'm going to turn to our last speaker for this first round of perspectives. Rushdie, over to you and your thoughts on the sector, the opportunity, and how to realize it.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'd like to thank also ITC and Qatar Development Bank for basically being great hosts to us We've had a wonderful time, and we wish it was another day. If you'll allow me to stand up, I get nervous when I sit down, so this is a little bit easier. The question that I wanted to ask you all, and I've asked ourselves, is does halal need disruption? You're saying it's a growth industry. Usually mature industries ask for disruption, but halal is in a very unique position where disruption is need of the hour, yet at the same time, it'll, I think, fast track its growth. The numbers that you hear, 1.2 trillion for food, 26 billion for halal cosmetics, 76 billion for pharmaceuticals, so on and so forth. These are multinational company numbers. We're here, and what we're interested in, Zilzar, is SMEs. How do we bring SMEs by way of market access to the global halal superhighway? That's basically the number one challenge. The second challenge is, I'm going to ask you a question because today we learned about CIMIC, we learned about New Zealand, we learned about what Malaysia is doing, so on and so forth. What is the most valuable commodity in the world? Is it gold? Is it oil? Is it the dollar? No. The most valuable commodity in the world is information. What halal needs is information intermediation, because a lot of you do not know what New Zealand was doing, what Brazil is doing, what Australia is doing, what New Zealand is doing, so on and so forth. Information intermediation basically grew the financial industry by way of Bloomberg and Reuters Terminal. Can we do the same thing for this particular space? At Zilzar, that is one of our objectives. So information is the most valuable commodity because it brings products, prices, and players onto one platform. When you have that, then you have communication, connectivity, and collaboration. Second, what is the external drivers for this halal phenomenon? Where the Muslims stand today, they have the perfect tailwinds that allowed Alibaba to take off in 1999. You have a rising internet penetration, 3G, 4G, you have a rising per capita income, you've got access to the grid, meaning the internet, by way of mobile phones. The market is not 2 billion. Most Muslims live on less than $1 a day. They are neither bankable nor consumable. This is market in the making. So you cannot, I do not have resources to basically grow this market. I am going after the 500 million Muslims, which are the Muslim millennials and Generation Y. They are social media savvy, they are social media connected, per capita income rising. This is the middle class in the wait. Companies such as Pfizer, SmithKline, Unilever, Nestle are catering to them. Countries, big countries such as Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam are now embarking on a halal strategy to capture the Muslim tourism dollar, which is $137 billion, 2012, ex-Umrah, ex-Hajj. And in the case of Japan, they are preparing for the summer 2020 Olympics. So those are some of the external drivers. Now, the challenge for SMEs is how do they get market access? Can they get market access with the status quo? No. Trade missions, trade delegations, after the pictures are taken and the press releases are done, it's an effort to maintain, continue, and close the deal. So market access. You look at companies like Alibaba, eBay, Amazon, Tokopedia, all of them, if you put in halal in their search engine, vendors appear. The challenge with that is the following. You may have halal suppliers by way of their digital storefronts, but there's something called digital marketing strategy and social media marketing strategy, which means you have to bring traffic to content. Right now, when you've got these general platforms, they are promoting their platform. The traffic comes to the platform, but it may not seep onto their particular digital storefront. So what the net effect of that happens is I'm on a platform with millions of other merchants, with hundreds of millions of other users, but I'm getting lost in this crowded space. I do not stand out. This is what we are trying to do at Zilzar. We've got about 18,000 merchants. We onboard about 250 a day. The purpose of us is to address the SMEs in the Muslim lifestyle space, whether it's food, beverage, ingredients, whether it's cosmetics, whether it's travel, so whether it's in the 8 sectors as defined by the Thomson Reuters study. Now, coming to the halal space.
5 minutes.
Okay, just give me 30 seconds. If I can just show this one slide, I'll just end up with this slide. This one slide basically talks about why halal should be working. If you can click this, this is the world map. Click this, first click please. Can you click that? Okay, this basically shows the certification bodies linked to the counterparts in the Americas. This is that reciprocal agreement. Next please. This is to South America. Just keep close attention to JACIM. Next please. This is to Australia. Next please. This is to Africa. Next, please. This is to Europe. Next, please. Finally, you see where that black dotted bulges. That's Malaysia, to what Faye was saying. This should be the basis because of the mutual recognition of certification where halal needs to basically speak with one language. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rushdie. A lot of really important points that come through there. One is facilitating access for SMEs, the need for better information, and right at the end, you made the point that it needs to speak with one voice, the sector. And I'd like to pick up on that actually and turn back to you, David, on this, because the opportunity is clear in principle. It's accessible in practice with the right approach, with the right strategy. But there's a feeling of who brings this together? Does anyone bring this together? Does it need someone to bring it together? And why is that important in terms of mainstreaming the sector?
Yeah, you would say there's a leadership vacuum going on within this space that historically has been there. The way that the market has evolved within Southeast Asia, Malaysia in particular, as Faye was saying, has been certifying halal since 1970. And you have a situation where you've got non-Muslim food manufacturers alongside Muslim consumers. So the certification is a way to have access to the consumer. And it was readily taken up. The Chinese food manufacturers wanted to sell their product to the Muslim Malays. So certification was the way to assure that there was no pork or alcohol, etc. And around Southeast Asia, there was a culture where halal certification developed. So the other part of the world where it developed was in the Muslim diaspora communities in Europe and the United States, where you had Muslims were living in a non-Muslim environment, and the first thing that they wanted to establish was somewhere to pray, somewhere to get halal food. And they kind of went on from there. So access to halal food became an important element of identity for Muslims who are living, in a Muslim minority country. And in a way, like over the last few years, over the last 10 years, one of the questions which has been raised often was, well, where are the Arabs in all of this? The Muslim majority countries weren't at the table when halal standards and all these issues were being discussed. Because in a Muslim majority country, particularly if you're not exporting your product, the question of whether the product is halal or not, it's a kind of moot point, because it would just be assumed. You ask Pakistan, they say, well, all our food's halal, the same as was pointed out from our brother from Morocco. But once there is a need for the product to go out into the export market, to go out into international markets, it's now a prerequisite, really, that if you want to be able to have global access for your product, it needs to be halal certified, and then you've got access all areas. I met a vaccine manufacturer in the United States a few years ago, and it was in a halal conference, and he got his vaccine halal certified. And I said, well, why did you bother with a vaccine? And he said, well, I want access to every country in the world. And there are some countries where if I don't have a halal certificate, then I'm not going to get the vaccine used. I'm not going to be able to sell it. And there's also an interesting story in the, there's this publication that ITC have just worked on, just been published now, of Halal Goes Global. You're going to hear a little bit more about it later. Just was printed a couple of days ago. There's a story in there of an Egyptian company who, the guy who's talking, and he says, well, I've been in the food manufacturing industry all my life, and I've never heard about halal certification, because he was in Egypt and they didn't need it. But when he underwent a program, a kind of support program in collaboration with an ITC-led program, he realized that halal certification was a necessary and an interesting opportunity. They quadrupled their exports to Malaysia. This is with dairy products. This was not a meat manufacturer. So what they've realized in the Muslim majority world is that access to international markets, the door opens with the advent of halal certification. The situation that we're kind of in globally is that we've got all of the nations developing national standards. So it gets extremely complicated for exporters who want to export to different countries and, well, which standard do I need to be compliant with? That is a major issue. There's also the issue of how do I know I can trust the certifier? Is one thing in Malaysia when the certification is done by the government, but if you go to, or in New Zealand where it's controlled by the government, but there are probably only a couple of non-Muslim countries that actually, where the government controls it, which are Australia and New Zealand. And for example, in the United States or in all of the European countries, halal certification is private enterprise. Anyone can set up and become a halal certifier, and it's an extremely lucrative business. But it's also recognized within the market that, it's an indication that it's likely to be halal, but is it actually a guarantee? And the layer that is now being introduced to bring it on par with other mainstream markets is that the certifiers themselves need accreditation. So this extra layer is being brought into the marketplace, and of course accreditation is not only being done by one body. The logical point would be for it to be done under the OIC, but the GCC have standards, the Emirates have standards, accreditation standards, and so do Dubai. So in a sense, it's likely to get more complicated before it gets simpler. But I would say the elements are actually in place for that harmonization to actually start to take place. But we're not there yet. And in that sense, leadership is still under discussion, let's say.
Thank you very much, David. Now, you use an important term there, vacuum of leadership. And I think it also comes through in the discussion that countries are basically plugging away at this in their own right with their own, best judgment and capacity to make decisions on this. I'd like to sort of, to throw this out at the rest of the speakers and see if we can maybe get some thoughts on this. Like, would you agree that there is a vacuum of leadership? Does this complexity make it harder and harder at a country level to really tap into this opportunity? Because at the moment it feels like a lot of it is country to country, and if you can make that work, that's fine. But if you want to turn this into a mainstream market opportunity, something needs to happen. And I just direct that in general at the panel. I don't know if anyone who would like to come back on that one.
I'm sure Tony would have something to say about that. Because you experienced the problems firsthand.
Yeah,
yes?
It looks like a setup to me. I'd kind of maybe rephrase the question a little bit, sure, if I could. And I mean,
just hold the mic up.
Sorry, I said I'd maybe rephrase the question a little bit and look at it, look out and kind of on the landscape. And there's a whole lot of things going on which are heading kind of in the right direction, but there's a whole lot of dangers too. And maybe I'll just mention a few of them from our perspective, and I'll maybe pick up on a few of David's points as well. If you have a look at the, sorry, I'll start again. The accreditation bodies. Okay, having halal certification bodies accredited, that sounds fine in practice, but, and it's a big but, if you don't have the accreditation bodies recognised by each importing country, then you've got multiple accreditation bodies, and that's horrendously expensive because the halal certifying bodies in that exporting country, they need to be accredited by each of those accreditation bodies that are recognised in the importing countries. And then, of course, there's the potential for differing accreditation criteria. I mean, we've used 17020. Some are talking about using 1765 or variations, etc. And then you've got the processing standards themselves, and unless they've got some flexibility and kind of outcome focused, that's going to be a problem, unless they are. And I think too that I'll probably get whacked over the head for saying it, but there's a bit of gold plating going on, in my view. You have a number of countries setting up halal hubs, and their point of difference is going to be halal standards and how they administer them. So there's a danger that you actually start competing, those hubs start competing on halal standards. And in amongst all of that, you've got importing countries that, even though you might set a framework up for accreditation and etc., they might still actually maintain their existing approval processes for the halal certification bodies. So this gets quite complex. I'd make one more point, or two more points maybe if I can. As a food exporting country, and talking on behalf of food exporting countries, which I probably shouldn't do, but I guess that there will be an intersection point where it becomes impossible, potentially, or just too costly or too complex for an exporting country and their food industry to actually comply. So we have to get it right. And I say the word we. That's the importing countries setting the standards and the exporting countries delivering on those, but they need to be involved. If you wanted to look for a kind of a vision for the future, you'd, in my mind anyway, you'd be saying harmonisation, collaboration, pragmatism, integrity. And that would be the vision that I'd kind of put out there. But collaboration is vital. The importing countries and the exporting countries need to get together and agree the standards going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Now, some of the common themes that are emerging here, one is coming through very strongly, is that there's a big risk here around complexity, and that complexity can backfire in terms of making it harder and harder, as you just said, to the point where it becomes prohibitively expensive to actually try to be an exporting country in this respect. Now, presumably this will take some time. I mean, this is going to be a process. It's not going to happen overnight. This will take years. In the interim, what do you do? How do you ensure that you're not sort of just sitting there waiting? And Rushdie, perhaps I could turn to you on this. It's like, how do you make sure that the opportunity isn't lost? How do you keep the momentum going in knowledge that, well, this is going to take some time to really mature and develop?
Tony, thank you for setting me up for this question. I really appreciate this. 4 points. First point is, I look at this as the cart is before the horse. What is the role of the certification bodies, the accreditation bodies? They are facilitators, but it seems like we've positioned them as leading the charge. It's the private sector that has to lead the charge. So you've got companies who export billions from Brazil, JBS, from Australia, JBS subsidiary, Cargill's, Tyco, Nestle. These people have got it right. And why aren't we looking at how they're doing it? Because the way they are doing it is, I think, much more professional. They have processes in place, and we should look at the market to lead the industry. And these particular big players are not going to put forth shortcuts just to have it halal because there's too much at risk. If you ask Malaysia to lead, the challenge with that is Malaysia is so far ahead of countries like Pakistan and Kazakhstan that it does not make sense to copy from Malaysia and paste it in Pakistan or Kazakhstan because there'll be a blowback. So that's not going to happen. At the end of the day, it's the marketplace that's going to lead. the lesson that we have to learn from Islamic finance, where I come from, is we're still having conversations on standardizations and Sharia scholars. You're having the same conversations here in the halal space with respect to certification bodies and standards. Islamic finance still hasn't figured it out. Halal is a little bit behind Islamic finance. You are not going to figure it out. If you go for standards now, that means you've got something etched in stone. How can you have something etched in stone in an embryonic industry?
Thank you very much, Rushdie. Are there any further thoughts on this? Would anyone like to pick up on anything that we've discussed? Yes, David.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on this idea that Tony was talking about collaboration. There hasn't been enough collaboration. There hasn't been enough collaboration, particularly, I think in terms of, people became aware that there were problems that were associated with halal certification, particularly from the major exporting countries. So the importing countries thought, okay, well, we need accreditation systems like they use in the mainstream food sector so we can make sure that the halal certification is being done properly. So there was actually not enough collaboration with the existing certifying bodies, whether they're government bodies like in Malaysia or government-controlled bodies like in Australia, or whether they're completely freelance like you get in Europe and the United States. There wasn't enough collaboration to understand the market that they're dealing in. So in a way, what you had was taking an ISO standard for conformity assessment bodies, i.e. for certification bodies, and trying to overlay that onto the existing halal marketplace, which really you can't do because the certifiers in the halal marketplace are not really anywhere near an ISO standard. So even JAKIM would not be ISO compliant, who are probably the best known and well-recognized certification body in the world. So more collaboration between the accreditation bodies and the certifying bodies and industry is going to have to take place. The question is, who is going to set up a forum in which that can happen and which can actually bring results? And I must admit that one of the reasons I was excited by the fact that ITC were getting involved in this is because they do not have an agenda other than to improve trade and improve the space and improve market access for SMEs, get more women and young people into business, and promote sustainability. These are all issues that are really pertinent to the halal sector. So it opens it all up and lets a little more fresh air in. And because the halal sector tends to get very myopic with an excessive looking at the legal standard aspect of it too much. And Islam, actually the rules in Islam are actually quite flexible, and they really do accommodate the human being. So they will also accommodate this business. But that kind of element of pragmatism that Tony was mentioning, if you're going to develop standards, you have to understand the market that you're going to apply them to. You can't just pull them out of thin air and try and overlay them. I mean, we're already seeing that that's not working that well. So something else has to happen. Another kind of collaboration has to happen. Question is, where would it be and who would do it?
Faye, you wanted to come in on this?
Yeah. I'd like to put forward a point to complement. I completely agree what Abdul Hamid has mentioned, and I'd like to also pick on the example which Rushdie had earlier pointed out, the fact that the multinationals have got this right, which is why they are in business in large volumes. They don't appear to have problems as that being faced by the SMEs. So it goes back to the fact that multinationals, I've had a couple of years experience managing halal within the MNC environment. And what I'd like to share is the fact that they are clear. They have clear information as to how systems operate. They respect knowledge, and they respect knowledge dissemination throughout operations. And this is an important aspect. What Abdul Hamid mentioned is for an impartial and independent party to oversee knowledge dissemination. Otherwise, it would be biased towards certain country or certain organizations, and that would not benefit trade directly. So And just imagine the scenario whereby here we are talking to a forum of mainly coming from Middle East, Africa, Europe, whereby Islam and Muslim, we are at the point of 1.0 perhaps. But if you were to look at the other side of Far East, China, Japan, Korea, where the understanding of Muslim requirements is at 0.1 or 0.05 to begin with, the complexity of trying to educate them in halal, as excited as they are to come in, the language barrier is just ridiculous. You know, there are terms that we can't simply explain. It gets very intimidating to try to explain this to them, much else to try to handhold them and coax them to participate in this industry. So what I like to say as a parting point, definitely we need more MNC level information. We need for it to be governed independently, and perhaps to also have proper investment into research of the knowledge structure, and what's important to facilitate through technology as an enabler to push it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, by my estimation, we probably have about 20 minutes left or so. And I'd just like to check at this point. We did start about 15 minutes late. I'd just like to check if anybody would like to come in from the audience with a comment or question. We can quite happily continue up here, but if you'd like to contribute in some way, just put your hand up and we'll give you the floor. Yes, there's a lady on the right-hand side. Is there a microphone in the room? Yes, there's one coming. And just briefly introduce yourself as well, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, my name is Viviana Sosa. I'm from the Embassy of Argentina here in Qatar. And I would like to know if, like, the reason why the specifications of halal is becoming more well-known recently, since, I mean, why is this only a recent trend instead of, to me, or like based on all your previous comments, it seems that it's been taking place in the last 2-3 last decades instead of like an older tradition or way of doing business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another question towards the front here. Yeah, lady in the second row.
Bonjour, je vais parler en français.
Just give us a moment to scramble for our translations.
Bonjour tout le monde. Tout d'abord, je remercie ITC et Banque Qatar de leur accueil chaleureux et de tout ce qu'ils nous ont donné comme et préparé comme organisation. C'était bien réussi avec succès. Donc, toutes mes félicitations. Vous avez parlé d'un nouveau secteur, si j'ai bien compris, c'est halal, c'est très bien, surtout que c'est dans le tourisme, dans le secteur alimentation. Par contre, j'aimerais bien savoir qu'est-ce qu'il y a qui a été préparé, ou surtout dans le secteur des banques, et les banques islamiques. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose de tout ce qui a été préparé pour des caractères ou des paramètres pour donner des certificats à ce genre de banque islamique, par exemple, dans tous les pays? Et merci.
Thank you very much. Unless there are any other burning questions, let's maybe take one more and then we'll field questions from the panel. Yes, the gentleman on the left here.
Hi, my name is Aslan, and I'm running a startup, a technology startup here in Qatar. My question is, there has been a lot of halal washing, as in the case of the Midamar Gate or the Midamar scandal in the US, where they claim to be marketing halal meat, but they do not. Now, how do you, what is the suggestion of the panelists to overcome this issue in the long run? Because I'm sure there'll be a lot more companies that are thinking of halal washing their products out there. And you know, in the case of Midamar, they even set up somewhat an NGO called the Islamic Services of America to sort of promote halal in America. And all this conspired against pushing their products into the market. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we've got some fairly broad questions. So what we'll do is maybe just give everyone on the panel, if they want to respond to one or more of the issues raised. Rushdie, you're very keen to come in on this, so let's start with you.
Okay. To the lady's question with respect to why the interest in halal, understand 80 to 90% of the halal food supply chain is not controlled or owned by the Muslims, so there are integrity risks. When you're talking about big numbers, 800 billion, 900 billion, 1 trillion, that's when these type of risks come into place, and therefore it has to be monitored, and the monitoring comes from the rules of engagement, which is the certification process. That's why this is becoming more prominent, because the industry is getting bigger and bigger. The lady asked about Islamic banking. The issue with Islamic banking, because that's the space I come from, is you have the same challenges as the halal space. It's basically a country-level phenomenon. Halal is a country-level phenomenon. Islamic banking is a country-level phenomenon. So you've got Sharia scholars sitting on various boards, and they basically sign off on products and structures, right? But that particular scholar may sit on another Sharia board, and he may not sign off, or that Sharia board may not sign off. That's why this has caused some confusion. We are at 42 years old, embryonic in Islamic finance. You don't want to put forth hard, fast rules on standards, because you're going to stifle innovation. When you stifle innovation, you don't grow. So those, hopefully that answers your questions and your questions. To his point, it's about integrity. I'll tell you, the biggest challenge for halal, and this is something that we're working on, is why aren't the certification bodies disclosing on a central database all the products that they have signed off, including the expiration date, right? We've approached a number of certification bodies. We're working with 18 out of 114 that we recognize and respect. We would love to basically be part of an initiative where all the certification bodies who have signed off on a product is a centralized database where a consumer can basically, by use of a bar scanning code, can say, okay, this particular product is certified as it's in the database of that particular certification body, and here's the expiration date. Certification bodies, for whatever reason, do not want to disclose this, and because of that, you have issues that you mentioned with Midamar and Islamic Services of America. Thanks.
I'd like to pick up on that issue about Islamic Services of America and Midamar, because in a way they're a classic example of what can go wrong. ISA was started by Bill Aossi. His family established the first mosque in the United States ever. They're originally Lebanese, and Bill's father, Bill's older than me, Bill's father came over, established the first mosque in Iowa, and they established Islamic Services of America before Midamar. And so they had food manufacturing, and they also did certification. They made the mistake of certifying their own product using their own certification body. But you see, you can only get away with doing that in an unregulated market arena. That, for example, would not happen in Malaysia, would not happen in New Zealand. It can happen in the United States because the government can't or won't get involved. If you ask the government, and we did, I was involved in a project to develop a halal standard for the United States. We went to see the people in the government, and they said, well, this is not our business because this is religious. So, and I know Bill, I've known him for nearly 15 years, and I know his family, and they made a mistake. They were in an arena, a market arena, where it was easy to go wrong. they made a mistake, but actually their crime, I don't feel it deserves jail time, and I think they've actually been made a scapegoat because there are far worse things being done in the mainstream American meat industry than happened to Myanmar, than what Myanmar were doing. And so that's my kind of view on what that is. But it does indicate that the market needs to be regulated, because otherwise things like this will happen, and it doesn't do anybody any good.
Thank you, David. Would anyone else like to come in on any of the points raised? Yes.
I think the export development of halal products must be based on the following main levels. First, proactive strategy to promote export of halal. Second, establishing partnership between the public and private sectors. Third, the creation of national standard for halal products. The creation of a national standard is very important. As I mentioned, in Morocco, all food products are halal, as legislations are based mainly on the principles of Islam. But in spite of this, in order to export Moroccan products, Morocco create a label halal. And the fourth level is awareness raising among exporters in order to get halal certification.
Thank you very much. I don't think there are any more comments on this occasion. Any more burning questions? We might be able to take one or two more. Yes, there's a gentleman in the middle of the room there. Is the microphone around? Does anybody have the microphone? There it is. It's coming.
To Mr. Evans' point about this market needs regulation, and it sounds like most of the regulation is coming at the national level, and the problem is there's all this product being exported, so national regulations aren't great for that. An international type of standard would be a lot better. What do you, or anybody else on the panel, think the prospects of an international organization like, say, the World Health Organization, or some other completely third-party non-Muslim kind of actor serving as the creator or housing of a standard that everybody would use? Thanks.
Thank you. One last one, perhaps? No? Okay, I'll save the last one for up here then. So what are the prospects of an entity like that, like the WHO? Is it necessarily desirable? And how long might that take? Ihsan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We are talking about standardization, certification, and accreditation. The three words are internationally recognized by WTO. We should follow them. They are the public issues together. Now, when you go look globally, we have good relation with SEN and ISO. Next week we visit them. We will speak with them to make a cooperation for the field of standardization. CIMIC not only for the halal activities, for the standard organization for OIC countries, for all the issues we have. But one of them is the halal issue. Halal is coming first because many countries has problem with the halal, real problems. They are eating, they want to, what do they eat? Is clearly halal or not? The problem stands from here. I think SEN has a TC, technical committee, about they working, European standards for committees working on halal standards. The secretary is the Turkish and the Austrian people are the secretary of these committees. We are following these activities. I think it's not only the country's problem, it's the international problem now. You say the report is halal goes the global. We are saying CIMIC is globally yours, inshallah, we will be the leader in this area.
Any other thoughts? David?
Well, yes, I mean, the SBIC is a body that acts on, as an OIC body. In that sense, they represent 57 Muslim countries, and what would make the most sense would be for the accreditation process to happen at that level. that would be the logical thing. If you were to design it on paper, that's the way you'd go. But what we find in practice is that, that in terms of standards to accredit certifying bodies from exporting countries, there are accreditation projects being done by Dubai, by the Emirates, by the GCC, and by the OIC. So the question is, well, why is it not all acceptable to have it done at OIC level? Why do there need to be national accreditation bodies? I mean, I can kind of understand why it happens, but what would make sense is for everybody to adopt an OIC standard. The OIC would need to make sure that they've collaborated in an effective way to make sure what they've got is workable. But that would be the structure that one would hope would make sense. But I think historically, anyone who knows the history of the Muslim world, that we've had a leadership vacuum for a very, very long time. And we simply suffer the consequences of that. So the OIC does not have a great reputation for getting things done, frankly. And I think we suffer from that.
Tony?
Oh, thank you. I'd just go, I mean, WHO is not the one, that's for sure. But whoever does it, they need to collaborate with the exporting countries too. Otherwise, there's going to be a train wreck, you know? And this food security stuff comes in here as well at some point, when it becomes just so, the importing countries make it so hard and frustrating that the exporting countries say, listen, we're out of here. Or the consumer in the Muslim countries actually start paying a lot of money, which is unnecessary. Thank you.
Yes, sure.
Sorry about that. Islamic banks, central banks from Muslim countries are part of the Basel Accord. So they are basically getting their input onto Basel regulations, and some are complying. Now, we want to take the halal and then apply it to an appropriate international agency that would have that Basel Accord impact. The question that I have is the following, this is about rituals that prevent something that's halal to become haram, meaning prohibited. So at the upstream level, you can slaughter the animal correctly, but if it's been fed pieces of meat, right, it's not halal. At the midstream level, where the processing takes place, cross-contamination can take place. At downstream level and logistics, cross-contamination can take place. So what is it that we're trying to preserve? The halalness of it? CIMIC seems to be the appropriate body to lead us, but then CIMIC has to be part of some international body. And the disconnect from my point of view is CIMIC is focusing on the religious aspect, if you will, because what's halal is what's written in the Quran and the Hadith, etc. And now CIMIC has to carry that flag as part of an international body which is linked to exporting countries in the meats, lambs, goats, and beef space. I'm not seeing the connection between Islamic banks and the Basel Accord and the halal space and an international body. So for me, if we can figure out what that international body is, then at least we are on the path of getting to the right platform for basically showcasing this.
Right, so I've been handed a note, which usually means that we're running out of time, and that note says we need to finish in 5 minutes, more or less. It's about 3 minutes ago. I'm going to go with slightly more, and just bring things to a close. We've covered a lot of ground. There's clearly a lot more to this than can possibly be discussed in a 90-minute panel discussion like this. Some closing thoughts. David, you started by making the point that it's important that this has been put on the map, and having this discussion on a stage like this at the World Export Development Forum is something that a few years ago may have seemed a very distant prospect. And we've talked a lot about a vacuum of leadership. We've spoken about the role of business and the leadership role that business could play in this. Perhaps this could also be seen as an opportunity. I know that the guys at ITC have got their plate full, but once we all leave here today, clearly this is not a sector that's going to go away. Clearly this is not a part of the continuously changing global economy that's just going to disappear overnight. So perhaps let's end where it started, on the point of opportunity. While there might be a vacuum of leadership, conversely, and perhaps naively, for someone who isn't that familiar with the sector, it's also an opportunity to define what that leadership might need to look like, and to perhaps avoid some of the pitfalls that have characterized other industries. And on that note, I'd like to bring the discussion to a close. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. Thank you very much to the audience, and please join me in thanking the panel.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. And I'd like to finish the afternoon's presentations with kind of a follow-on from the last plenary session vis-a-vis halal and its market challenges, market opportunities, discussing how ITC is really responding with some concrete tools, which through the Trade for Sustainable Development in cooperation with colleagues at ITC, my colleague Sadiq Saeed, we've developed a halal standards map, or a halal standards comparison tool. If I could have the next slide, please. Thanks. So just to give you some background in terms of ITC's work in standards, we have developed a program called Trade for Sustainable Development that really focuses on voluntary or private standards in the, let's say, sustainability space. And so while halal standards may be in fact mandatory from a Muslim majority country perspective, in many cases in a Muslim minority country they're voluntary standards. In many cases they also contain sustainability parameters. So we've incorporated them in our project, and we've actually developed a tool that specifically addresses these issues related to halal standards. The T4SD program now counts several partners, 50 or more partners that we're working with that have signed on to principles in terms of harmonization, in terms of transparency of standards, and the promotion of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we're looking for additional partners to work with us, including you today here at WEDF. And I'm going to go through a bit of the T4SD program just to give you a background before we move into the specific work that we've been doing on halal. So the T4SD program started about 7 years ago, and the genesis of the program was the proliferation of voluntary or private standards in the market. There was a lot of questions related to, okay, what are these standards all about? What criteria do they cover? How similar or not similar are they? What do they cost? What countries are they valid or accepted in? As a producer, as a farmer, as a trader, exporting to a country, what standards should I really concern myself with? Do I need to engage in this? And so there was many, many questions, but there were no real answers, and there's no place to go for those answers. So we decided to put together a tool that allowed that to happen. Next slide, please. So the tool is Standards Map. We launched it in early 2011 with a 2.0 version, which was launched in February of 2014. It's a tool that's free. It's a global public good. It's one of ITC's global public goods, such as Trade Map and Market Access Map. And it can allow users, whether you're a producer, whether you're a trader, whether you're a consumer, even if you're a buyer or a retailer, so it really applies to the entire supply chain or value chain. It allows you to look and analyze standards at a very, very high level of detail and specificity to understand what is really, as we say, under the hood of the standards. Next slide. So we have now more than 180 on the system as of today. We keep on adding standards. We have a high demand from standard organizations worldwide to reference their systems on our tool, and we will continue to include additional standards. When you're saying what kind are we talking about, well, we're talking about any type of, say, business-to-business standard like Global Gap, a business-to-consumer standard like Rainforest Alliance, organic standards such as USDA or the EU Organic, and even retailer or brand codes of conduct such as the Unilever SAC or, for example, the McDonald's Supplier Code. So we have also many private codes of conduct that are also on the system, as well as national standards, national organic standards. We have food safety standards, and we also are entering the services sector as well with tourism, sustainable tourism standards. So let's go back to the discussion we just had earlier about halal. So what are we doing in halal? The first thing I want to mention is that we just launched the Halal Goes Global report, okay, which is really a report spearheaded by my colleague Sadiq, and also Abdul Hamid, who spoke on the last panel, also contributed heavily to this report. It's the first of its kind. It's really aimed at understanding what are the drivers of halal trade, what's the regulatory framework that surrounds this trade, and how can halal and how can this whole industry really be integrated into global value chain. So it's really about what we're all about at ITC, is really providing transparency on information, providing access to information that is difficult to come by. It's a new publication. It's available both in print, so at the back of the room there are print copies that you can take with you, and as well you can access it online. You can download it, and it's there free of charge for you. It is new. It is the first of its kind that we've published at ITC, so we're also open to feedback. So if you have any questions or comments, if you have case studies that you think would be really interesting to incorporate, we also really urge you to contact us so we can incorporate your feedback. So let's now turn to the tool, the Halal Standards Map. So this tool has just been launched about a week ago. It's online. It's basically www.standardsmap.org/halal. That's how you access it. Right now there are about 8 halal standards on the platform. We're continuing to add more through the course of our work. We should have about, I think, 13 standards on the system in the next month or so. If I could have the next slide. And it really follows the same logic as the Standards Map web tool, where I just mentioned that we have the 180 sustainability-related standards on the system. So it allows users to basically identify, search for their type of standard based on their parameters. So for example, the product they produce, the country they produce that product in, where they want to export or sell that product, or they can actually do a keyword search. So if you know the standard of interest, then you can basically just type it in, and it's an alphabetically sensitive search. Next slide, please. So here is an example of a typical search you could do. I mean, we have 4 halal initiatives that we have chosen. The first is the Moroccan halal standard, then we have SMEEK. Then the third, there's no logo, but that's the Swiss halal standard for the Swiss market, followed by the Malaysian food standard, the Malal Malaysian standard. And then you could also search a 5th if you'd want. What the system allows you to do is really look at the requirements in a quantitative way to say, okay, where are the requirements clustering in terms of what I have to do as a producer? And then, next slide, please. Also, what are the systems approach, or what are the systems that underlie the standard? So it's nice to know these are the requirements that I need to implement as a producer, but also, and this was also touched upon, I would say, quite heavily in the prior plenary, is who organizes this standard? What is the certification system of the standard? Who accredits the certifying body? What are the criteria to essentially accredit a certifying body? All these, how often do we need to be certified? This information can be provided, can be found, I should say, in the Halal Standards Map tool. So it allows you not only to look at criteria, but also the systems that underlie those criteria. Because there's a new term I learned today, halal washing. I mean, we all know about the term greenwashing, but we learned about halal washing, which is where you could have a wonderful standard that has 300 criteria, but if those criteria are hinging upon very, very weak implementation type mechanisms, well then obviously you're looking at not a very rigorous standard and you're prone to either greenwashing or in this case halal washing. Next slide, please. Once you've actually identified the standard you want to look at, you've looked at the various, let's say, systems information, then you can compare these standards side by side. So this is really where you compare from an apples to apples perspective the types of initiatives you're looking at to say, okay, how do these standards, are they very similar? Do they contain the same criteria? When is that criteria required? Is it required the day one when I need to be certified, or do I have more time to implement those criteria? And in the case of Standards Map, across these 180 or so that we have, I mean, the types of implementation criteria vary significantly. So it's very good from a user perspective to understand. It's also good, and this is something else that was touched upon earlier, it's also about benchmarking or harmonization. Where can we find, let's say, the raw data, the baseline to make any type of harmonization or benchmarking or mutual recognition type analyses or studies? And this provides a very nice template or baseline for that. And we've done that in T4SD on the voluntary standard side with many companies and international or public-private organizations in Europe and in North America, where we've actually benchmarked standards using our system. Next slide, please. In a similar fashion, you can look at the standards side by side, from this view where you have the criteria on the left-hand column, and then you have the various standards, whether they actually contain that criteria, yes or no. So you can see really at a glance where they differ or where they're similar. And that's also a nice feature. Next slide. And then also getting the specific, let's say, chapter and verse. What is the standard content? What does it say in the standard? And there you have it in the system. I should note, important, very important, we don't rank or value judge or put stars or rankings or any type of smiley face if you know, on the standards. We're a UN organization, so this data is completely neutral. We let the user decide for her or himself what their needs are, what their point of view is, in order for them to make the right decision. The data is verified by the standard system before it's uploaded onto the web, and even before we give the system or the standard system access to their data record, it's verified by our staff both in Geneva, and also we have external consultants that review it. So there's a quality control process that is in place. And last but not least, and I would say quite importantly, is the self-assessment. So it's a new functionality that we put into the Standards Map tool in 2014, where we built in a self-assessment or a diagnostic tool that allows a user, a producer, a trader, a processor of a product to really go into the system and self-assess themselves against the standard criteria, to answer a series of questions related to that specific standard so they know more or less their roadmap to becoming compliant. What is the gap? What is left that they have to do in order to be compliant? And we can roll this self-assessment out. It can be done by anyone, or we can do it in the context of trainings, where we actually bring standard experts to the training and we work with the producers to answer their questions, to put them in their context, to get a very, let's say, reliable result. With the self-assessment, here's another screenshot. It just takes you through a very logical process, step by step. The actual type of criteria for each standard is presented to you, and you can answer yes, no, and provide basically corroborating data as to how you comply with that criteria. And then at the end, you have a dashboard where you're allowed to see more or less where you are vis-a-vis the various criteria. This goes for the halal standards and as well as the other sustainability standards we have. Really, on a quantitative basis, each criteria, whether it's an environmental criteria, whether it's a food quality or safety criteria, whether it's a labor or social criteria, and then below, which you don't see on this screen, is more or less the way forward, the roadmap to actually compliance, hitting those criteria which are most crucial based on that standard in terms of how they prioritize them. So in terms of the next steps, I mean, we will be continuing to upload additional halal standards in the system. We can create customized self-assessments for a specific halal initiative in a specific language for a specific national context to capacitate producers in the country or in a region. And so there's a lot of functionality, a lot of, let's say, flexibility that we have, and we've built into the system that allows it to be tailored for many different uses. So that's where I'll end on the halal and the standards type discussion. What I would like to just, if you indulge me for a few more moments, I think we have maybe 5 or 6 minutes to indulge your time. I'd like to just talk about a new initiative that we just launched with our executive director, Arantxa Gonzalez, a few weeks ago in New York at the General Assembly. It's called the Blue Number Initiative, and it is related to both the halal standards map and the overall T4SD project in general. And it's basically our response to how can we at ITC really implement in a very concrete way the SDGs, specifically SDG 2 about sustainable agriculture, SDG 8 in terms of decent work, and SDG 12 in terms of sustainable consumption and production. And these, as Abdul Hamid mentioned, they do cut across the halal sector as well. So the Blue Number Initiative is about giving the farmer, the upstream farmer, or the upstream trader, giving them a voice, letting them have visibility. Because right now in global supply chains, they don't have that voice. They're hidden. They're not really part of the larger picture. And it's really a very transactional relationship between the farm, or the, let's say, upstream processor, and the buyer. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to issue them a global location number free of charge. So one number free for each company, okay? And this is basically going to be, the pilot is in the agro-food sector. So that's the sector that we're kind of limiting to ourselves at the beginning, but I think it has a lot of applicability to halal producers, especially, for example, in livestock, in the dairy sector, for example, that was also mentioned. So what we can do is we're going to give these farmers, these agri-food businesses, a blue number, which is based on the GS1, the Global Standard 1 system. So Global Standard 1 is a non-for-profit global organization. They have a kind of a franchise model in each country, where each country, so for example, there's a GS1 office here in Qatar. They issue numbers, either location numbers or product numbers. So any barcode you see on a product or a book, everyone knows the ISBN number. Any book you buy in the world has an ISBN number. It's the International Standard Book Number. GS1 has a language of business, and so we're leveraging the GS1 system to allocate numbers, these location numbers, to farms. We're doing that through our ITC portal, and what we need is basically 5 data points. So we need the name of the company or the farm, we need the gender of the owner, the product they produce, we need their geolocation coordinates, and we need an email or a phone number. And with that, you get a blue number. Then later on, next year, you can improve your profile. You can go beyond the 5 data points to maybe 15 data points, 20 data points, which, for example, can be a photograph of your operation, could be a video of you and the farm or your harvest work. It could be certificates of certification to Global Gap, to Rainforest. It could be an incorporation certificate from your local Chamber of Commerce, an ISO certificate, it could be anything. Then you could actually upload additional data, so the number of employees, your turnover, who you trade with, any type of information that's relevant, that's germane to your business. And then you can share that information when you want and with who you want, based on your own privacy parameters. So the way that I would picture this is picture it as a Facebook or a LinkedIn for farmers, okay? That's the best way to look at it. I mean, it's just kind of like, okay, I'm on Facebook and I know many of you in the audience, I met you today, yesterday, now I can share my information with you, and up to a certain level of comfort. That's the exact same concept. So this is what a map looks like of the current farmers in the system. So we have now over 60,000 farmers that have registered since we launched in September, and it's growing. We're getting other additional farmers on every week. This map, it's color-coded, so blue farmers are women and orange farmers are men. Have the next slide, please. Then you can drill down further into a country. So these are coffee farmers that are essentially represented by the Colombian Coffee Association. There's the logo up in the right-hand corner. And there you see the distribution of coffee farmers in FNC. So we have about 55,000 of them. And the nice thing is you can identify where they are on the map for a lot of different reasons. If I could have the next slide. So with that, you can look at various attributes. You can see from Google Earth where they are. So how does this help? Well, what if you're a marginalized farmer, very, very far from a population center? Your access to transportation, your access to a port or even resources is constrained. So this helps governments know, okay, how do I really help? Where are the farmers that need help maybe the most from a geographic perspective? But also look at it from a land titling perspective. If you can prove that you have title to your land, which is very useful for accessing credit. Or, for example, to prove a deforestation claim, so that you're not deforesting your land for many of the environmental certifications. This type of information, when captured over time, can really help. And with any profile, you can load in any type of data that you would like to actually talk about your let's say, performance or your attributes as a farm. Next slide, please. So the final, let's say, step is really to post this on a portal, on a website. We're calling it right now the Sustainability Marketplace. That will probably change in terms of the name by the time we launch it early next year. But at the end of the day, this is what a typical page would look on this Facebook LinkedIn for farmers, where you have on the top part of the page, you have the photo of the farmer, his blue number, the product, what standards they're certified to. Then below, more information on really where they are in terms of their journey when it comes to their performance against a halal standard or against any other standard initiative. And then below, you have the access to the resources of the World Wide Web, because this can be plugged into any type of web resource. So you want to find out about local trainings in your area. You want to find out about funding providers that are lending to SME companies. Resources, any type of information that you think can be possible, we can plug that in. I mean, I would think of it as kind of an iPhone where any type of app can be brought in. So it's really leveraging the power of the web while at the same time giving the farmer the visibility. So I will leave it at that, and happy to answer any questions you have. Our website, standardsmap.org, is on the slide. Please feel free to access that. The halal standards map is just with a / halal after the standardsmap.org. And any interest in joining us in terms of the Blue Number Initiative, please feel free to contact me, and we can talk about ways to bring your farms, your agribusinesses onto the system. So thanks very much.
So, dear friends, we have come to the end of two very productive days. My special thanks to the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Economy and Commerce for their presence yesterday, and to our esteemed panelists who gave us so much to think about, and to each and every one of you for being with us all through the conference. I also want to thank the Qatar Development Bank and its CEO, Mr. Abdulaziz bin Nasser Al Khalifa, for being our partner in making this event a success. ITC looks forward to working with QDB to ensure a dynamic, diversified SME sector, helping Qatar achieve its ambitious vision of 2030. Finally, we at ITC would like to express our gratitude to Qatar for being such a great host. We could not have picked a better place for the first World Export Development Forum to be held in the Middle East. As I said in my opening remarks, the World Export Development Forum is about talking business and doing business. Well, over 700 of us from 92 registered countries, including 26 LDCs, least developed countries, have talked business. And we have also done business. The incredibly productive B2B sessions have yielded around 90 declarations of intent to do business worth of a total of $80 million. The prospective deals The prospective deals cut across sectors from bottled water and juice production to distribution services, and significantly, most of the deals were for South-South trade and investment. 5 trade promotion organizations from Georgia, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Vietnam, and Egypt have signed agreements of cooperation in export development that we hope will be extremely fruitful. We facilitated the meetings, but it is you who made these deals happen. Please do continue to update us on how this deal develops. We stand ready to help them bring to fruition, but more importantly, we stand ready to keep capturing the results of your work so that we can continue to whet the appetite of others. The theme of this WEDEF was Innovate, Invest, and Internationalize. Companies, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, need to be able to do all 3 if they are to be backbone of sustainable, productive, and competitive economies. This is one reason the B2B deals struck here are so important. Operating across borders helps companies learn new ways to innovate and become more productive. But there is much that all of us, policymakers, businesses, trade and investment support institutions, international agencies, can do to create an environment more supportive of each of these 3 I's. And after exchanging views with you over the last 2 days, I am leaving with some more new ideas about what we can do, and I hope I'm not the only person that feels that way. I hope many more of you are also living with new ideas. Let's look at innovation first. In a session yesterday, we heard how technologies are leveling the playing field for SMEs to break into world markets through e-commerce. As one panelist said, 20 years ago, it took 10 years. It took years to internationalize, and now it happens in minutes. But companies need a digitally literate workforce to take full advantage of e-commerce. And even if more and more SMEs are born global, they still need help meeting regulation standards and other non-tariff measures. That's why earlier today, just now, we launched a publication and a tool aimed at helping SMEs take advantage of the fast-growing market for halal foods. E-commerce is an area where ITC is going to be focusing on over the next months. Moving to the next stage in halal is also an area on which we are going to be focusing on. The next pillar is investment. Foreign investment can be an important vehicle for new ideas and modern technology. It can drive economic diversification, as we heard here in the case of Qatar, which in turn makes growth resilient to sector-specific volatility. We heard that regional integration can help achieve the market size that foreign investors seek. We heard the East African example, which was extremely compelling. Whether you enter East Africa through Rwanda or through Kenya, you get to a larger market than the sum of its parts. Now, we also heard that truly removing barriers and reducing costs and times within regions requires serious political will, something that East Africa has shown can work, and a willingness to confront special interests. We heard that special export zones can serve as laboratories for investment attracting policy reforms that can later spread countrywide. We also heard of the need to move from recognizing the importance of tourism services to ensuring more efforts are catalyzed at the national and international levels to make tourism our source of inclusive growth. We also heard of the importance of fostering investment relationships, in particular South-South investment. And investment is not just about physical infrastructure or about direct investments in factories. Investments is also about the country's biggest assets, its people. Investing in human capital, in building skilled workforce, is the key to success in the 21st century. This is why the ITC will continue to building on the skills for trade by expanding and deepening our SME Trade Academy. The final pillar is internationalization. It's no longer just about exports, it's about investment, it's about imports too. In fact, ready access to imported inputs is now critical for export competitiveness. When SMEs connect to markets, international or domestic markets, as we've heard during these days, it means better jobs and higher wages spread across a wide cross-section of societies. This is why it makes sense for governments, international organizations like the International Trade Center and the private sector to work together to help make this happen. This is why it is important to keep trade high up on our agenda as a means to achieve good growth. Before closing, I want us all to take a step back and remind ourselves that trade, investment, and international business deals represent much more. Individually, they are the lifeblood of competitive SMEs. Collectively, they add up to expanded life opportunities for women, men, and young people that have all often been left on the margins of our growing prosperity. We hope that making sure the multilateral trade system remains open and transparent to allow SMEs to trade is at the core of the discussions in Nairobi in December at the World Trade Organization Ministerial Conference. In closing, I was especially pleased that this conference was framed by the commitments all UN members made a few weeks ago in New York on the United Nations Global Goals for Sustainable Development. As Rwandan Minister Valentin Rugwabiza said yesterday, let's WEDEF 2015 be remembered as the start of the implementation of the global goals with business and governments coming together. Finally, I am delighted to announce that next year's edition of the World Export Development Forum will be held in Sri Lanka. I look forward to welcoming you all to Sri Lanka next year. Thank you very much, and a big applause to the teams in QDB and ITC that brought this event to you. Thank you.
Team, please approach to the stage and we're going to get a group photos, please. Just to downstairs. Alex. Where's Lorena? Where's
Hello? Hello, can I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? I think it's... I think you have to wait for your selfies now. We're going to move on to the next item and last item of the agenda, which is a small news conference with Hassan Al-Khalifa Al-Mansouri of QDB and Arantxa Gonzalez. I would like to ask the press to come forward and take the front seats here. Yeah. I think you're welcome to take the front seats.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us at this late hour of the day. We have just finalized 2 days of talking trade and doing trade. We have had useful discussions on how to make small and medium enterprises more competitive. Is the interpretation system working? No. Are the interpreters there? Can we please check? Are they there? They're not. So.
Abdullah. Translators.
So we're going to wait 2 seconds so that we fix the interpretation. That these people. So you will have to interpret. You will have to interpret me. I cannot interpret you, unfortunately. Okay. All right, so I'll make a short introduction in English, and Hassan will interpret this for you in Arabic, so that we try to give you a sense of what has happened. So for the last 2 days, we have been talking trade and doing trade. Talking trade, in particular, looking at issues that affect the competitiveness of small and medium enterprises. We have looked at tourism services. We have looked at financing of SMEs. We have looked at standards, product standards, and in particular, halal standards, with a new publication we just issued. We have been discussing innovation. We have been discussing with lots of very good ideas, including on e-commerce.
تطرقت الأخت أرانشا أنه خلال اليومين الماضيين هذين كنا تطرقنا في المنتدى إلى عدد من القضايا، وأهمها قضية التنافسية في القطاع الخاص، ومنها سهولة الوصول إلى التمويل لمشاريع القطاع الخاص أو طرق المنتشرة عالميا الآن، وكيف تسهيل عملية الوصول إلى تمويل بالنسبة للمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة. كذلك تم التطرق إلى الستاندردز، معايير صناعة الغذاء الحلال، وكمان تم التطرق إلى المعايير الدولية اللي ممكن من خلالها تنمية القطاع الخاص ومشاركة القطاع الخاص في عملية الترويج أو الوصول إلى الأسواق العالمية. Please.
But during these 2 days, we have also been doing business. There were more than half of the participants in this conference were small and medium enterprises who came from all over the world, from 92 countries, 26 of them in the category of least developed countries. They have been transacting, they have been discussing. Actually, they still continue to negotiate while we are talking.
تم التطرق أيضا إلى عقد العديد من الصفقات أو اللقاءات الثنائية اللي كانت مهتمة في فرص التبادل التجاري وفرص الصادرات والاستيراد في القطاع الخاص من 92 دولة، كان منها 26 دولة من الدول النامية، فتم عمل صفقات تجارية بين مصدرين ومستوردين في دولة قطر.
The results of these 2 days of negotiations among the companies is leads, meaning promises to keep discussing to come to a deal worth $80 million, $80 million.
من خلال الاجتماعات اللي تمت بين الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة وعقد صفقات، تم التوصل إلى وعود أو اتفاقات مبدئية بقيمة $80 مليون، بمعنى أنه هذه الوعود أو الاتفاقيات المبدئية في المستقبل إن شاء الله القريب راح تتحول إلى صفقات حقيقية بين القطاع الخاص.
And half of this amount, close to half of this amount, is what has the business that has been done by Qatari small and medium enterprises.
50% من هذا المبلغ اللي هو 80% مثل صفقات وفق القطاع الخاص القطري أو الشركات القطرية المصدرة أن هي تستحوذ عليها بما قيمته تقريبا 40 مليون ريال قطري.
Now this is the beginning.
هذه هي البداية.
The companies now know each other.
الشركات الآن قامت بالتعرف على بعضها البعض.
They have good contacts.
عندهم المعلومات الاتصال.
And they can build on that for long-lasting relations.
يستطيعون البناء على هذه العلاقة المبدئية إن شاء الله في المستقبل.
The sectors covered by this 80 millions in letters of intent go from food to beverages to service providers.
القطاعات اللي شملت هذه الاتفاقات هي would you please elaborate it again?
Food.
الغذاء
beverages,
المشروبات
and services,
والخدمات.
with one deal consisting in Tunisian exports of greenhouses to India.
من ضمنها اتفاقية لتصدير البيوت المحمية أو الخاصة بالزراعة إلى التصدير من تونس إلى الهند.
Now, again, these negotiations between these companies continue, so maybe by the end of today, this 80 million could be even a bit bigger.
وهذه المحادثات ما زالت مستمرة بين شركات القطاع الخاص، وهذا الرقم محتمل أنه يكون أكبر بنسبة كبيرة إن شاء الله.
In addition to this, 5 trade promotion organizations,
من إضافة إلى ذلك 5 من هيئات تنمية الصادرات
from Bangladesh,
من بنغلاديش،
Nigeria, Egypt,
مصر،
Vietnam,
النمسا
and Georgia
وجورجيا
have signed agreements
قاموا بالتوقيع على اتفاقات
to provide export services to each other.
لتزويد بعضهم البعض بخدمات بصادرات أو في قطاع الخدمات.
So again, this conference we think has been successful in raising issues that will help governments, will help trade and investment promotion organizations to improve the competitiveness of SMEs.
احنا على قناعة تامة بأن هذا المنتدى كان فرصة جيدة جدا للدول ولهيئات تنمية الصادرات في دول العالم للبناء وتحقيق مبدأ التنافسية في القطاع الخاص.
But the companies also leave this conference with concrete results in their pockets.
والشركات أو شركات القطاع الخاصة تودع هذا المنتدى بأرضية صلبة للمضي قدما إن شاء الله في المستقبل.
So we are very proud of what we have been able to achieve in these 2 days,
فخور جدا بما حققنا خلال هذا اليومين.
Working in very close partnership, not just in cooperation, but in partnership with QDB.
بالشراكة الرائعة مع بنك قطر للتنمية ومركز التجارة الدولي.
And we have announced that the World Export Development Forum next year will be held in Sri Lanka.
تم الإعلان بأنه المنتدى القادم راح تستضيفه دولة سريلانكا في المرة القادمة إن شاء الله.
I want to thank our hosts, Qatar, and I want to thank in particular QDB, its CEO, my very good friend Hassan, for their hospitality, as well as that of all the colleagues who have made this conference possible.
تتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لدولة قطر وبنك قطر للتنمية، ممثل في الإدارة في بنك قطر للتنمية الرئيس التنفيذي الأخ عبد العزيز بن ناصر الخليفة، ودولة قطر على حسن الضيافة والتنظيم الأكثر من رائع. Thank you very much. وأنا on return I would even also would like to express our gratitude and wonderful opportunity to partnership with ITC represented by Aransha and the wonderful team. It was a really tremendous effort has been extended to make this event very successful, and we could see the results. Special thanks to Tariq and his team. Actually, they have extended wonderful efforts, and also for the secretariat. I could not even remember the names now due to the spotlights. So it was really a wonderful chance for us to work along with ITC to make this successful event. أعتز هذه الفرصة كمان أنه أشكر الأخت السيدة رانشا غونزاليس المدير التنفيذي لمركز التجارة الدولي وطاقم العمل من مركز التجارة الأكثر من رائع اللي بذل جهود جبارة صراحة لإنجاح هذا المؤتمر مع فريقنا في بنك قطر للتنمية، ونتمنى التوفيق إن شاء الله للقطاع الخاص في دولة قطر، لأنه تم التركيز بدرجة كبيرة إيجاد حلول ابتكارية لمساعدة القطاع الخاص في دول العالم خاصة في الدول النامية من خلال التبادل التجاري والتبادل فرص الاستثمار بين الدول. اليوم نلاحظ كثير من المناقشات اللي حدثت في المنتدى ركزت على فرص الاستثمار، خاصة القطاع الخاص كان يرغب في الدخول إلى أسواق جديدة. شاهدنا محاولات من بعض الدول الأفريقية، بعض رجال الأعمال في القطاع الخاص، محاولتهم إنشاء مشاريع مشتركة مثلا مع القطاع الخاص في دولة قطر، وكان هناك تفاؤل أنه القيادات في دول العالم تأخذ المبادرة وتفتح الأسواق أو المجال للقطاع الخاص للشراكة في أي دولة من دول العالم، لأنه في أكثر من دول العالم في ما عندها فرص إنتاجية تكاد تكون موجودة في دول أخرى وليست موجودة عندها. فالشراكة في الدولة الموجود عندها الصناعة ترجح أو تعزز من عملية الاندماج بين الشركاء في القطاع الخاص. كذلك شاهدنا أهمية اللقاءات الثنائية بين رجال الأعمال من خلال أيام المنتدى، والأرقام اللي ذكرتها السيدة أرانشا 80 مليون هذه كانت بجهود يمكن من سنة سابقة، وإحنا ننسق بدعوة الشركاء من الخارج ورجال الأعمال للحضور دولة قطر ومقابلة رجال الأعمال القطريين ومقابلة رجال الأعمال من دول أخرى في العالم لإيجاد والتباحث عن فرص تجارية وتصديرية، والحمد لله مثل ما شفتوا حققناها. في النهاية أتمنى التوفيق للجميع وشكرا جزيلا لكم. We'll open the question, please.
أحمد سيد، جريدة الراية. سؤال مشترك أنسة أرانشا والسيد حسن. رقم 80 مليون أنا أعتقد أنه رقم ضئيل بالمقارنة بحجم العمل اللي شفناه في المنتدى. فما تفسير ده؟ أنا كنت متوقع الرقم على رقم أكبر من ده، خصوصا أنها اتفاقيات مبدئية كمان يعني. شكرا.
You have just declared that 80 million. Comparing to the efforts being extended within the 2 days, he thinks that this figure is quite tiny figure. It doesn't show the efforts being extended. He was expecting even bigger figure.
Wow, let me give you past figures. Past figures, the highest ever, 20 million.
الأرقام آخر ما توصل لها المنتدى هذا في السنين الماضية كان يمكن 20 مليون.
So 4 times the best figure ever.
حسبها أنت 400%.
Now you have to think that these are letters of intent. They are documented. We have pieces of paper where we have documented the buyer and the seller with the intention to buy or to sell, and the amount. It often happens in our experience that some months later this has been increased by significant amounts when people increase the trust, when the first container comes and the next container is ordered.
مع الأخذ في الاعتبار أنه طبيعة الاتفاقات هذه اللي حدثت الآن في الدوحة باليوم وبالأمس تكون دائما خطابات أو اتفاقات نوايا للبيع والاستيراد. فخلال مثل ما قالت it's within 6 or 10 months، في خلال 10 شهور في المستقبل هذه المبالغ تزيد بدرجة تصاعدية، خصوصا لما يبدأ المصدر يورد أول طلبية أول كونتينر أو ثاني كونتينر، المبالغ تزيد بشكل مهول. تفضل. ما أسمعك.
حكينا إنه
ما أسمعك.
الصوت. ماهر مضي من جريدة العرب. القطاعات اللي شملت الصفقات اللي كانت من ضمن الشركات القطرية، قيمة الصفقات كانت الأول عقود المبدئية كانت 40 مليون دولار، وتلخصت فقط في الغذاء والمشروب والخدمات. الآن في مجموعة كبيرة من القطاعات للشركات المتوسطة والصغيرة في قطر.
وقطاع البلاستيك كمان موجود معهم.
وقطاع البلاستيك.
إيه؟
نعم. هي
أنا لما نقول مشروبات والأغذية مش شرط طعام أو أكل. الخدمات المساعدة لهذه الصناعة مثل الأكواب، الحاجات البلاستيكية كلها مصنوعة من البلاستيك، أدوات التغليف هذا كلها تعتبر في قطاع الغذاء.
نعم. باقي الشركات اللي كانت مشاركة بقطاعات أخرى هل استفادت من المنتدى بشكل فعال فعلا واستطاعت من تحقيق اتفاقيات؟
We've been just announcing and discussing the sectors that have been successfully concluded. I would say an agreement or tentative agreement. What about the other sectors and the B2B?
So we had 4 sectors in this B2B. We had, remind me, food, plastics, tourism services, and services. These are the 4 sectors that we had.
قطاعات. السياحة والمواد البلاستيكية والأغذية والخدمات.
In all of them, there have been results. I've just tried to give you some ideas, some indications of some, like for example, the sale of greenhouses from Tunisia to India. So I'm not giving you the whole list. I will not give you the whole list, just in case you ask, because this is business confidential information. But I want to give you a sense, because I think it is important that you know the kind of discussions and contracts that come out of this meeting in Qatar.
هي تقول لك الصفقات هذه شملت جميع القطاعات اللي كان المنتدى مركز عليها، لقطاع السياحة، قطاع الخدمات، قطاع البلاستيك، قطاع الأغذية. فكل القطاعات هذه الحمد لله تم عقد اتفاقات مبدئية بين شركات القطاع الخاص، ولسرية المعلومات الآن ما تقدر السيدة رانشا تفصح عن التفاصيل الدقيقة، لأن هذه تعتبر سرية معلومات. هذه صفقات لم تتم حتى الآن، وإنما اتفاقات مبدئية. فعلى هذا الأساس هي عطت نظرة شاملة.
What we see is that about 70% of the world business is SMEs. How much is the percentage of the role of banks like QDB and the commercial bank in it, other commercial banks? And are you playing any role as ITC from the platform of ITC to bring the commercial banks to support this industry, which is 70%?
So SMEs represent more than 90% of businesses everywhere. Here the figure is somewhere close to 98%. And they represent around 70% of employment worldwide. These are the figures that we work with. It's estimations, because sometimes it's difficult to quantify this in exact figures. The financing of these small and medium enterprises takes place in many different ways. You have commercial banks, you have special vehicles dedicated to providing a special credit to SMEs, such as in the case of QDB. They are sometimes financed with innovative sources of financing, with crowdfunding. There are many SMEs now that they finance themselves by basically asking individual contributions to their business. So there are many different ways to finance SMEs. What we know is that financing is very good at the small end of the market. The financing is quite good at the top end of the market, and the financing is generally missing in the middle. And we also know that this financing lack is due to sometimes lack of trust of the bank, of the financial institution, of the lender in the small and medium enterprise, and the risk that it represents. And sometimes it is also a lack of ability, a lack of skills, a lack of knowledge on the side of the SME to approach a financial institution to ask for credit.
سؤال الأخ كان عن دور القطاع العام المصرفي في الدول في تمويل أو مساعدة القطاع الخاص في الحصول على التمويل المناسب. وجواب الأخت رانشا كان أنه التمويل وطرق التمويل للقطاع الخاص متعددة. قطاع رواد الأعمال أو رجال الأعمال يمكن الحصول على التمويل المطلوب من البنوك التجارية. ضربت مثال أو في بنك قطر للتنمية. في بنك قطر للتنمية احنا عندنا عديد من منتجات التمويل ودعم القطاع الخاص من بداية الفكرة إلى نهاية مرحلة التصدير. عندنا التمويل المباشر للشركات القطرية أو للشركات التي عندها القدرة لتوفير الضمانات المناسبة لعملية التمويل. كذلك من قطر للتنمية عنده برنامج الضمين اللي هو ضمان قروض المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة ذات القدرة المحدودة على توفير الضمانات وضمان هذه القروض للبنوك القطاع العام في دولة قطر. الآن العميل يمكن الحصول على قرض من أي بنك في دولة قطر بضمان بنك قطر للتنمية. فتصريح الأخت أرانشا عملية التمويل تختلف من دولة لدولة، تعتمد على عدة جوانب، الثقة بين البنوك الممولة والعميل وقدرتها على الوفاء بالتزامه. فعملية التمويل تختلف من دولة لدولة في العالم. Please.
The presence of Qatari businessmen were very less in this mega event. Qatar is such a big country and we could not find much businessmen. There is no chamber, nothing comes. Why it happened so? It's just, because it's not such a big organization, 92 countries, we should have organized at least $1 billion, $2 billion business happened. So it's a very small amount and there is no Qatar chamber, there is no Qatar professional organization.
Let me shape your question another way.
Thank you.
So this is, I would say, regretfully, this is, we've been facing this issue since, I would say, Tasdeer program in inception in QDB in 2011. We've been seeking the Qatari businessmen support for their own business. Frankly telling you, it's not majority, it's not even half of the businessmen, it's almost quarter. The businessmen who follows their own business personally. So if you would ask me why you couldn't see any Qatari businessman support the business and come and make the deals, we barely saw one Qatari man who was concluding a deal today. So this time, we've been discussing this with Qatar Chamber also, trying to make them part of our initiative to even support their business.
Let's be clear about one thing, and we stop the question here because I don't think this is the object of this discussion. This forum is not for big companies to come and trade. Big companies can trade without the World Export Development Forum. Big companies can trade without International Trade Center. Big companies can trade without QDB. This is for those who cannot do it by themselves. This is where we are supporting those that need a specific support to go to markets. And it's in this slide that we should see the results of these deals in these 2 days.
سؤال الأخ عن وين حضور رجال الأعمال عن مثل هذه المؤتمرات، وين الصفقات أو الشركات الرائدة والشركات العالمية أو الشركات الكبيرة في دولة مثل دولة قطر ذات الاقتصاد القوي الحمد لله عن المساهمة في نجاح هذا المنتدى. جواب الأخت أرانشا أنه هذا المنتدى مخصص للدول النامية وللدول الفقيرة ولأصحاب ورواد الأعمال الذين ليست لديهم القدرة على اللقاء مع الأطراف الأخرى لعقد الصفقات. منطق جدا معقول، لأنه الشركات العالمية الكبيرة أو الشركات القطرية الكبيرة ما تحتاج مساعدة مثل بنك قطر للتنمية أو مركز التجارة العالمي لتسهيل التجارة بينهم وبين الجهات الأخرى في العالم. تفضل.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
محمد الأندلسي جريد. حضرتك قلتوا ان 50% من المبلغ اللي هو 80 مليون استحوذت عليه شركات قطريه. ممكن نعرف كم شركه قطريه تقريبا هم اللي استحوذوا؟ عدد الشركات القطريه اللي تم استحواذها على 40 مليون.
والله he was asking about how many exactly Qatari companies have concluded figures. I would leave this question for you.
برضه لسه في نقطه ثانيه ممكن اكملها.
اوكي go ahead.
الاتفاقيات او المحادثات اللي تمت هل هيتم رعايتها فيما بعد عشان المنتدى خلص؟ تمام. برضه حجم صناعه الحلال في قطر.
حجم
صناعه الحلال في قطر.
ده ما اعرفش اجاوبه لك انا. السؤال الثاني قلت لي ايه؟
رعاية الاتفاقيات وال
This is regarding the Qatari party transaction concluded and فكرني تاني السؤال الثاني.
هل هيتم رعاية المحادثات
Is
اللي
there
تمت ما بين
any
الشركات؟
efforts that to follow and to continue and support these deals to come true?
So,
معلش. Go ahead.
so on your first question, around half of this 80 million is transacted, would be leads by Qatari companies,
We cannot
Qatari
disclose
SMEs.
How many Qatari companies?
I can't, 25 Qatari companies, okay. But we don't give names, this is proprietary information. 25 companies, around half of 80 million, which is around 40 million. So that we get our maths right. Yes, we have a mechanism to follow up what happens. The companies that work, that participate in World Export Development Forums take a commitment to continue informing the International Trade Center of the final results of these leads, but also of other businesses that they may transact following contacts they made in this WEDEF. So we do have a tracking mechanism in ITC, also because we report on all this at our annual report every year. Okay. We report on the results of our operations, and this is part of the results of our operations.
هم دائما عندهم آلية لمتابعة هذه اللقاءات اللي تمت في الدوحة والصفقات المبدئية أو الاتفاقات المبدئية بشكل مستمر، ودائما يقومون بالمتابعة مع جميع الأطراف في الاجتماعات هذه بشكل مباشر، والشركات اللي تحضر هذه اللقاءات الثنائية تكون ملتزمة التزام تام أمام مركز التجارة الدولي بالالتزام بمتابعة الصفقات وعمل جميع الجهود اللي ممكن في النهاية تؤدي إلى أنه الصفقات تتم بشكل إيجابي. وفي النهاية صرحت أنه جميع الاتفاقات أو الأرقام الصحيحة لهذه الاتفاقيات يتم دائما الإعلان عنها في التقرير السنوي لمركز التجارة الدولي. He was wondering if you could answer what is the size of halal industry in Qatar? No, I don't know exactly.
What I will do, if you agree, is I will give you the report that we just released, which contains, again, tentative figures on this market, country per country.
في تقرير يوضح جميع الأرقام المطلوبة حتى تاخذوا من هنا بعدين. تفضل بكاي.
أستاذ خليفة، تحدثوا عن بعض الحكومات الإفريقية عبرت عن رغبتها في عقد شراكات مع القطاع الخاص في قطر. هل تم هناك قطع خطوات في هذا المجال؟ هل تمت حكومات إفريقية؟ أنت حكيت عن
احنا ما هذا القطاع الخاص الأفريقي. اوكي.
والقطاع الخاص وكالات تنمية
في الدول الأفريقية.
في الدول الأفريقية، هل تم قطع شوط في هذا المجال؟ هل تم توقيع اتفاقيات في دخول شركات إفريقية مثلا في السوق؟
قصدك فرص استثمار؟
ايوه، فرص الاستثمار.
Were there any investment opportunities for the private sector here in Qatar from Africa especially? This question. Shall I declare this?
Since there's only one paper cup factory in Qatar, if we declare this, then we have infringed on the confidentiality. But one Nigerian company is investing in a Qatari company here, and with the objective of exporting from here to the rest of the world.
Perfect.
So it's an investment, inward investment, and once this company is reinforced, it's an opportunity for larger amounts of exports from Qatar.
أو شوف، بدون حسب قوانين مركز التجارة العالمي انه ما نقدر ندخل في التفاصيل قبل ما يتم حاجة ملموسة، بس مبدئيا وكلنا امل في خلال الاجتماعات المنتدى حدثت نقاشات جادة او اثمرت عن وجود ان شاء الله فرصة استثمارية لأحد المستثمرين لمشاركة أحد الشركات القطرية في الإنتاج في المصنع نفسه، يعني بغرض التصدير لدول العالم. يعني الآن شراكة قطرية مع شريك أجنبي جاي يستثمر فلوسه في إحدى المصانع القطرية بهدف زيادة صادراته لدول العالم.
Okay, so a last question here.
السؤال الأخير.
Amir Shabana from Qatar News Agency. My question is about the next forum. The subject I think you are concentrating this forum is about especially halal food. Do you will choose another industries in the next forum, and how is this a development of SME of around the world going the investment? Thank you.
So the theme of this conference was about SMEs innovating, investing, and internationalizing. And one of the areas where we thought we had to bring to this forum on innovation, internationalization, and investment is the area of halal for the opportunities that it represents. So I think it would be a bit too far to say that this forum was about halal. It wasn't. It was about SMEs, but halal represents big opportunities for SMEs. Halal is about food, halal is about beverages, halal is about cosmetics, halal is about tourism, and SMEs are very prevalent in those sectors. So you could say that halal is a good example of where SMEs with innovation can and a bit of investment can internationalize. Maybe it's a bit too early to see what theme we would choose, what theme in terms of innovate, invest, and internationalize. We will choose for next year's forum, but certainly the more I look at what I see happening in this forum, there is a big South-South trade and investment dimension that in my view would be worth putting a spotlight for the next forum.
سؤال الأخ كان عن الثيمة أو شعار المنتدى لهذا العام اللي هو الابتكار والاستثمار والتدويل أو التجارة الدولية. من خلال المنتدى تم مناقشة مبدأ الصناعة الحلال. هل سيتم تبني هذا المفهوم؟ صححني إذا أنا. هل سيتم تبني هذا المفهوم في المنتدى القادم أو راح يكون شعار المنتدى القادم؟ جواب الأخ طرانشة أنه ما تنكر أنه كان الحلال مش أحد شعار الحلال، كان ممكن تطبيقه من خلال الابتكار والاستثمار والتدويل. تعتقد اعتقاد تام أنه القطاع الخاص محل مناسب لتطبيق مبدأ الحلال في جميع الصناعات. فمن المبكر جدا الآن أن هي تتكلم عن شعار المنتدى القادم، والأيام القادمة راح تعلن عنه إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا لكم. شكرا.
Thank you.
شكرا.